Yeah.
That was when we were coming over. Big crowd here for the home team.
Stands are full. Luckily, there's no venue limits today. Huge capacity here. Absolutely sold out. Not a spare seat.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Jubilee Park in Wagga Wagga. We have the 18s girls round starting between the Wagga Wagga Vipers, the home side, and the BALMAIN Tigers. And I'm pleased to be joining commentary with the state participation manager, Mr. Robert Pigeon.
Good afternoon, Nathan. It's amazing to be here. Great sunny day here in Wagga Wagga. The stands here on the stadium are absolutely teeming with people. Luckily, there's no venue capacity limits at the moment because there is not a spare seat down here to back the 18 girls. Not far away from tap-off now. Really looking forward to the teams that we've got out there today. Looking for a fast game, expecting a high level of skill, and it's going to be an amazing game to watch.
Now, Rob, you've been around sport for a long time. How have you enjoyed the transition the last couple of years from surf lifesaving, of course, where you were very dominant in award winning back in the day, to New South Wales Touch now? How have you found the transition?
Yeah, look, Nathan, it's a long way from the surf to the turf, but lots of things are very consistent. The passion for the sport absolutely comes through. You've got really solid officials in the refereeing group who just absolutely putting the right foot forward. And what's even more important to see is the kids are out there today. They're growing the game. They're enhancing experience. This is the future of our sport, and we've got to get around it. So, look, the transition across sports, much for a muchness, but even better to see just the widespread of participation from across the state.
Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Now, we've been here since Monday evening, and it's been very, very warm, and it's the first time the wind's really started to pick up, isn't it?
Yeah, we're starting to get that cross breeze. It's running left to right as you're looking at it. Right to left as you're looking at it. I don't know if it's going to play much of a factor today, but I'm sure the locals will know exactly what's going to happen with that wind direction. Obviously, touchdown, turn around and play a little bit towards it, but let's see how they go.
So you're saying home ground advantage here to the Vipers with the coin toss potentially?
Yeah, they're going to obviously play with the wind, heading down from right to left, but the coin toss will decide it.
Now, in the car park and at most events, you have the Dippin' Dots van, and it's an interesting one. Keep a look out for Georgia Pinney, the number one for Wagga Wagga. Her parents actually own the Dippin' Dots van that's in the car park. So, g'day to the Dippin' Dots franchise. And they're here today, and no doubt the Pinney family will be watching at home for those that couldn't make it. And it looks like BALMAIN are going to run into the wind. Kick-off proceedings in the 18s girls, and should be a good afternoon of touch. We've got this game, and later on we'll get to see Joel Kane and Dean Russell in the box, with Joel Kane and Ricky bringing us home. And the BALMAIN side tap off, and they run left to right on your screen in the 18s girls fixtures, and they head forward, and a bit of passing, interchanging there, and they give the ball back away to Stone, and Madison Stone, and picks it up, and they give the ball away, and it's a good diving touch. There's Georgia Pinney in the action early with a good touch, and Zamet pick it up and throw a long pass out, and the ball's passed away, and Carmody gives it off to the winger on the far side, and their touchdown turnover, and Pinney with the ball, and she'll bring that towards the box today. Bit of an offload there, and I look to give, and off the ground through Pinney, and there's a penalty. Referee Ben Harris in his third game on the stadium today. Mr. Harris, we're getting plenty of airtime for the family back home, so which is good for him, as Went gives the ball, and they go forward through the captain, Hayley Watson, and they give the interchange back to Millie Lucas, and the ball's picked up, and here goes Budafant, and Budafant goes long, and he's at the crowd on the edge of their seat, and the touch has been made, and there's Wheatley that gets touched, and Lucas now dishes away, and there's Watson dumping for Lucas, and Lucas gives the ball out the back, and some good scrambling defence by the Tigers, and 0-0 remains the scorers. Budafant is touched on the last, and good end-to-end start, Rob.
Yeah, look, it's been pretty solid possession here from the Vipers as they're holding Balmain and they're trying to force Balmain to work it off the line. The Vipers are favouring the left-hand side, so let's just keep an eye out for that winger. I'm sure she's holding her ground out wide.
As the Tigers will look to transition and some fast feet and some good metres up that eastern touchline, and the Tigers are swooping on. Here they go as they get up over halfway, and some good passing, and that's ball down, pass straight into her from Emma Walsh. And the referee didn't want to bow over it as Griffith gets the ball up over halfway. There's Millie Lucas with the ball, and they get deep, looking to move deep into territory here as Eloise Murphy gives the ball away, and there's Caitlin Wheeler, and the ball's played, and they go down for Reynoldson. Reynoldson picks up, and Reynoldson looks to go long, and she's come off the wing.
Ooh, the winger just had to hold her ground there.
I think she would have found herself with an easy try had she stayed out wide, but nonetheless, some good attack there by the Wagga Wagga Vipers, Rob.
Yeah, what I'm liking is the dummy halves are really going through. They're looking for that space. They are carving up through the middle there, so Balmain Tigers going to really have to watch their defence in the middle.
Oh, and there's a drop ball there by the Tigers on transition, and that'll be something the coach Richard Stone and Delaney Blundell will be looking to fix quickly and hopefully holding them up, and that's a penalty there for Wagga Wagga, and they'll keep on the attack here with the score at 0-0 here as only a couple of minutes into the game, and as we go forward, and there's Browning. Browning gives the ball away, and there's Murphy with the ball, and Murphy gives the ball back, and Hayley Watson with the ball in the middle of the field. It's not Hayley Watson, it's Caitlin Wheeler, beg your pardon, and Wheeler with the ball. And they go the Rooster play, and then they think about it, and they throw long again to the wing. Oh, she's thrown it.
Wheatley, nice attack there. Just couldn't quite pull it in. Passes slightly forward, but liking what I've seen out there, Nathan.
Yeah, well, the Super Bowl was last week. She may have got some points for that last week, but not this week. And the Tigers will head up. They're just going lateral here, I think, allowing the Vipers just to sort them out in defence. And look at this pressure here off the line, and Browning there getting up off the line. Sorry, not Browning. Reynoldson getting off the line and shuts them down very, very quickly. As the Tigers now look to get up, they're just going to try and buddy up the field here at the moment. And there's Stone, Madison Stone, the daughter of the coach, Richard, sorry. And Lily Doyle also in the middle. Doyle picks the ball up and she steps away. And there's the 25, Charlotte Riley. And there she is. She's through the back end. Lily Doyle, ball over the top. And the Tigers' first real opportunity on the line. Rob sees them get near the try line.
Yeah, look, the dummy ran through quickly, but the support just wasn't quite there. I think, like you said, Tigers had their first possession. Probably weren't expecting to go over the line there, so they just have to be more aware as they get down into the scoring zone next time.
As the Vipers now looking to go forward and up the field, and Reynoldson with a good carry, and there's Saffron Robertson. She hits up over and some quick ends. There's a dummy there, and she's through. She's away, and Robertson with the ball there, and a little steps open, and Penny not sure where to go or what to do at this stage, and the ball's out. They've got the overlap. She dummy steps and doesn't get through on this occasion. Jersey 5, Charlotte Hine, and a bit of end-to-end stuff here to start the afternoon, Rob. As they move forward to the Tigers, through Charlotte Riley, and off the ground is Eliza Pratt, and Pratt now takes the ball, some very, very good metres. She goes forward, and off the ground is Isabel Murray, and there's pointing, and there's some direction from Makalita Zamet, and Zamet will point forward, and that's the sixth touch. And as I mentioned before, the lateral movement of the Tigers at the moment on their drive is not helping, and just getting up over halfway would be a slight concern for Coach Blundell and Stone. As Penny takes the ball up, and they're going deep into the territory, and here comes the skipper Watson on and give the ball away, Millie Lucas, and there's some fast feet and fast hands, and caught on the wing by Wheatley, and Wheatley gives it back to Budafont, and they give the ball away. There's Lucas with the ball. Lucas dummies, steps, goes down, ball off the ground to Watson, and Watson now, and they go towards the line, and they're over. And the Vipers Charlotte Hine will play from in front today. 1-0. It's just a sheer bit of speed there that got us through that gap, Rob.
Yeah, look, it's been 7 minutes. It's been fast play. Vipers have definitely been holding possession, making huge metres down the left-hand side there. What I liked is when 7 went through, 2 players were out wide, so had options. Took the ball herself, but obviously drew a pass, so it was really good to see. But for considering it took 7 minutes to get that try across the line, it's still a tussle, bit of an arm wrestle. And as we see Balmain push it back down the field and ball down.
Not what they wanted there. The Tigers, they had a good chance to get back into the game, and there's still plenty of time left, obviously, but they'll take any opportunity they can get, and they go up that sideline. And call from Ben Harris from Mudgee's. You touched her, so back to play the ball, and they'll get up over halfway here, the Vipers, and spilt the lollies there, and the Tigers will get another opportunity to take it forward here. Beautiful conditions here in Wagga Wagga. A lot of these girls from both sides have played together for a long time. You have Maddie Griffith, Eliza Pratt, Charlotte Riley and Lily Doyle all played since the under-10s, and a couple of the girls, actually Lily and Maddie Stone, are the cousins of Australian representative Jess McCall as well, Rob. So some good bloodlines for the Tigers if they can hang in there and keep some possession.
Yeah, shows a bit of that family bond. Touch footy is one of those sports that brings through a lot of family ties. Once you're in it for life, so it's awesome to see.
The ball's turned over, at least at the right end for the Tigers, and as the wind starts to pick up here, as the Vipers are going to be pushing right into it here, the breeze has picked up significantly. They get up over halfway. That's an awesome little drive by Annabelle Von Arx. And they go for Millie Lucas, and they've got the overlap out there. Griffith goes for the line. She's through. She's over. Some very good hands at the end of that driving set, and it all comes back to Annabelle Von Arx, here earlier in the set. Gets some metres forward, and then Cleo Buddafant with a clean pair of heels gets through, and they extend the lead to 2.
Yeah, Nathan, we just saw the Balmain Tigers just a little bit slow to react on their defence. Couldn't quite set their line. Just watching some of their box sets are probably a little bit slow. Dummy halves are looking around and not quite getting that player around the outside, so it's taking a little bit longer. They'll need to tighten that up as the Vipers come up and running some very solid, very fast defence.
And the Tigers now through Presley Large, and the ball's passed away to Zamet. They keep their hands back, and the Vipers with their defence are making ground with defence. And they go forward.
Big elbow there.
Big elbow push up by Jess Went, and they continue downfield, and here comes the reinforcements. Murphy now gets the ball down, and there's jersey 8, which is Went, and they pick the ball up, and long pass over the top. It had to be forward.
Fingertips. That's that wind, just pushing that ball forward. Couldn't quite pull it in.
A forward pass, and the Tigers hold on at 2-0 to the Vipers, and the referees, a big thank you to them for their efforts. I mentioned earlier today, most players play three or four games, or 2 or 3 games these days in a day, and most of the referees are pushing on 4 or more, which is a great effort. Without them putting in for our sport, we wouldn't be where we are today, which is severe growth as the Tigers now moving forward, and see them get up over halfway, and the ball's picked up, and they look dummy, and it's a big 7. When they go direct, the Tigers, a bit of danger for them. It took a little bit, and once they start going forward, there's always a chance, and they throw it up the sideline. The ball's away, and they're going to get her. The big diving effort. Claudia Wheatley, too much pace, tiptoeing down that touchline. And the Vipers' lead goes to 3.
Huge run down there. Wheatley had to run probably about 3/4 of the field down to that side there. Was an open space with the referees running on the right-hand side, so luckily she didn't pass the ball there.
Some good play by the Vipers. And they go to 3 here. It's 3-0 the Tigers. They're going to have to dig deep here if there's any chance of a comeback.
as they go forward now, and the ball's in the hands of Michaela Brown, and Michaela Brown switches it up, and there's Charlotte Riley, and she goes down. They send the sweeper through, and Lily Dorr throws it out. And that's Michaela Brown that couldn't hold on to it. And the ball's turned around, and the Vipers, the coaching staff, Evan Robinson, would be very, very happy at this stage, Rob.
Yeah, look, I'm sure they're playing to the game plan. There's some really fast rotations going on here, subs coming in, and dummy half just making a huge meters there. So as they look to shift left, they've had the subs come on. Looking like they've steaming up the field here now, making huge meters. Numbers all the way to the left. Just one more pass. Just caught.
There's Millie Lucas. Is caught late on last touch, and Lucas with the ball. She throws it out, and dummy inside, goes herself, stands her up with going to a 2-on-1 if she held her ground, and Isabella Murray turned in, but they hold on the Tigers, and they'll go forward again outside from their own end.
Yeah, hard work here, driving off their line, but they, like you said before, they've been going across field. It's third touch possibly, and ball down. So
here we go. They've all subbed off here. The Vipers, eyes up footy. Millie Lucas gives the ball away. Which one will score? Take your pick.
Through the hands.
And they're over again. Claudia Wheatley gets a second. Oh, Rob, the Tigers, they were too busy worried about heading to the box, and they forgot about the game, and the Vipers got their back up, and they struck. And they extend the lead to 4-0 to the Vipers, and the home crowd, they are ecstatic here at Jubilee Park. As the Tigers move forward through Zammit. And the ball's picked up from Presley Large, and Large now goes forward with Zammit, and it's going to be those two that are going to do the work here. And Zammit and Large with the ball, dishes back to Zammit, and Zammit wants the quickie. They go the quickie, and she steps back, looks for short, goes outside. She goes for the line, and she's got there. All clear, says the referee, and the Tigers are on the board.
Yeah, look at that, playing with confidence. That little defensive play before with the big sub has obviously dented their confidence slightly, but it's glad to see they pulled that one back. Bit of individual brilliance. Hopefully it's enough to turn the tide.
And with 11 minutes on the clock, they get the score back to 4-1, and big push in defence here to keep it moving. There's a lot of calmness here in the box from the Vipers, but here we go, Penny! Oh, Penny! She goes for the line, she does a dipsy doodle, oh no! I'll tell you what, the parents may have been shouting Dippin' Dots for everyone if she got that one. An acrobatical effort by Georgia Penny on the far side, just touching that sideline in a fantastic effort. And the Tigers get the ball, and they're going to come back over halfway. And the referee, Whiteside, says that's a penalty, a little bit too hard, and Lily Dorr will pick it up, and she'll hand it off to the teammate, and off they go down the field again. And there's Michaela Brown, and Dorr at dummy half picks it up and gives it away, and it's going lateral, but they're going forward at the same time through Charlotte Riley, and Dorr at dummy half, and she passes away, and there's Brown again, and they've got to get down near that 7-metre line. If they don't get down near the 7, they're going to be ineffective. So they're going to send the sweeper play, the old S auto, and there's Riley. She looks to dish back, and she definitely wasn't dummy half, and the referee apologises. I don't say that too often, Rob, the referee apologises, but obviously
saw the call.
Rachel Whiteside knew that it was there, and but sorry, and off we go, and there we go with a late pass. And as you can probably hear with the sound effect mics, the wind has picked up once again. It's blowing an absolute Chris gale at the moment. And they're up the sideline, the Vipers, and the Tigers at the moment just on the back foot. Here come the Vipers looking to strike. Oh, it's opened up here again. Look out. Oh, put down the glasses. That's all she wrote. The skipper leading by example. Hayley Watson, as easy as you like, and a lapse of concentration from the Tigers. And just like that, it's 5-1.
Yeah, not bad considering Haley turns 18 next week. So first try in this game, but I'm sure there'll be plenty more. Little birthday present there.
I'm sure she'll be hoping to be playing it on Sunday to try and push forward. And the Vipers there's nothing here that wouldn't turn me off. The Vipers being there on a Sunday, maybe deep into Sunday in the finals. It's been a very, very classy performance from the Tigers, from the Vipers, sorry, as Walsh with the ball throws over top and it's last touch again.
Yeah, I'm just seeing huge energy from the Vipers as they're just pushing up off their line, getting back and just putting the pressure on the attack of the Tigers, who just seem a little bit disorganised. I think the heads-up play with the defence right in front of them makes it a little bit hard. But like I said, wingers are holding wide, lots of space for the Vipers.
And there's Watson, the skipper, once again going forward. And there's Millie Lucas with the legs strapped and they cart forward. And there's Caitlin Wheeler. Caitlin overcame a serious knee injury last year to join the team, and she's been there since November to train with the girls and earn a spot as Reynoldson picks it up. She's into the in-goal. Reynoldson, plenty of options there. Can't find the right one. But the Vipers there, it's opening up very easily at the moment, and the Tigers will need to fix that middle defence with 7 minutes to go, and that is not going to help their cause, the Tigers. And as they go towards the line and run the play, and there's Reynoldson, picks it up. She's going to trail on the inside, and Reynoldson, there it is!
Smiley, there she goes. Just gets that one down.
Ash Reynoldson, nicknamed Smiley. I'd love to know the back story of that. If she probably because every time she plays, she keeps scoring tries and always got a smile on her face. I think that may have something to do with it, Rob.
Yeah, I'd agree. If I was scoring that many tries, I'd be smiling as well.
As the Tigers, we go back to halfway and takes the ball forward through Lily Doyle, and the Tigers going to be forced to lick their wounds and get on with the rest of the days at the end of this. It's 6 minutes to go.
I wouldn't say it's over yet, Nathan. There are 6 minutes, but as you can see, Vipers just pretty dominant. Probably looking towards the clock.
They're making meters with consummate ease at the moment, the Vipers, and the Tigers there. They're sending up the eye defence and opens up again, and she wanted Penny to go underneath her and gives the ball away, and they'll go on the attack, and there's Wheeler, the quickie for Wheeler. Penny picks it up, and she's going to go long. That's a great pass. That's a great pass over the top by Penny. And in a debut tournament, Layla Wadley picks up the try on the wing. And if it wasn't over just before, Rob, it is now with 6 minutes or 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think the countdown's on now. WAGGA's obviously looking towards their next game, so probably looking to conserve a little bit of energy and just settle things down, wind down the clock, and these back-to-back games that they're playing, obviously a different strategy is required from the coaches, so looking to conserve that energy, rehydrate, and start looking towards the next one.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity, as you said, but even for Balmain, they've been a little bit loose in defence, and we spoke earlier, and we're probably I'll be forgetting that this is the first game for the girls, so there's been 12 months pretty much without some touch footy, and this is a rep tournament, and a lot of the girls, some of the girls for Balmain will be, needing a hit out, and hopefully this is an opportunity for the girls to blow the cobwebs out and get going. And, there's Cleo Butterford. She's picked it up. She's going to need some support. Where is it? She runs away from the winger. She's going to throw long, and they're over again. Just like that, Layla Wadley's got a double.
Not bad on debut.
And it goes to 8 in a debut representative touch tournament. Layla Wadley, she picks up her second. And there's 4 minutes to go, but Butterford actually ran away from the winger here on the left side, and made it a little bit harder, but then, as you saw, Wadley was there with open arms, as you would be, and collects a double in the space of 2 minutes as well. And the Tigers at 8-1 need something very special as they pick it up and they go the blind side. There's Griffin. Griffin throws it away, and the ball hits the ground and turned over, and they'll start again, the Vipers. They'll get up here and push forward and
Some very good meters there, and the winger gets off the line, and some good talk for the referees too, getting through there, and they spread the ball out. And well, they're fortunate enough this weekend, Rob, to have the hyperactive merchandising 10 here, and the budgie smuggler 10 as she dummies and goes. It's a good touch, diving from Madeline Griffin, but yeah, the budgie smuggler tent, Rob. I saw you out there eyeing a few off before.
Yeah, there's plenty of specials out there. Another supporter of touch football.
As well as Hyperactive, Michael and Steve from Hyperactive doing their best in the tent. Plenty of merchandise in there, and you can't see the guys from budgie smuggler, and they'll look after you. Some stylish bucket hats. I don't know if you'd be repping the bucket hat, Rob, but definitely the smugglers you would.
Yeah, I'd say that combination of bucket hat and smugglers, a little bit of sun smart on top, but you know, very, very handy down there at Wagga Beach in the budgies.
I have to thank the Wagga Council as well, who've done a fantastic job with the facility here that we've been presented with for the day. Not just this stadium that's in immaculate conditions, but the outside fields from field 1 to field 18 and 19, they're in great nick, aren't they?
Yeah, Nathan and the grounds crew, they've been out there all day and night just making sure things are perfect for the players. So it's really great to see when you've got that much passion and the surfaces there. So to provide a top quality surface here in Wagga is absolutely stunning.
As the Tigers in their fantastic, whilst we're giving all the sponsors a plug, in their ISC uniforms, a new uniform this year for the Tigers as they're going through, looking for a try. Will they get the consolation? No, they won't. Lily Doyle went through, and it was an opportunity for them, probably the first one since probably about the 4th minute mark. They got into the in goal, and Wagga throwing caution to the wind here, literally, as they spread it wide, and there's Wadley taking it up, and they go through, and she's alive here. Oh, it's been touched. A good little hand there from the Tigers.
Yeah, look, Wagga might have just switched off there, looking towards that final siren. But they have reset and rebounded.
And the Vipers now with the ball, and they'll go forward. They get up near the line. It's dummy, and they're going to go down. Good little touch there from behind, and they'll be looking to get one more just to put the nail finally in the coffin. But ball's picked up and thrown away, and there's plenty of space, plenty of real estate for the Vipers. A diving touch. It's a very good touch by Isabella Murray.
Split second quicker, she would have been in.
The amount of real estate out there, you'd love to be an agent, I'll tell you what. That defence was in an absolute mile. And they've been given a penalty, and they'll be looking to finish the game here with one. And they go forward, and sweepers on, and there's Buddafin. Buddafin steps and goes for the line, and there's a good touch by Lily Doyle on the inside. And go again here, and there's Buddafin that's got the ball, and there's Lucas. Lucas gives it to Buddafin. She dives again. Another touch. It's on replay, but no, she's got it down. She picks up a double. And this has been a very, very clinical display by the Wagga Vipers, and probably the way that anyone would like to start the competition, Rob.
Yeah, they've played to plan. I'm sure they will be very happy with how they've gone. Like you said, first game, so a couple of things to review. But Evan Robinson's given them the game plan, and they've executed.
And that's it for us, full time in the first game of the 18s girls, the first round. And the Wagga Vipers running out convincing winners 9-1 over the Tigers. I don't think that's the end for the Tigers. I think they'll improve with the tournament, and they may sneak into some Sunday football. But a very, very clinical performance from Wagga. Thanks for your time, Rob, in the box. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's great doing business with you, Nathan.
And we'll be back in just over an hour with our next round of games in commentary. Until then, goodbye.
Players and referees, 90 seconds until tap-off. Players and referees, 20 seconds to tap off. Players and referees, ready? Players and referees, that siren concludes your game. Please move on to your next field. The games will commence in approximately 5 minutes' time. Players and referees, 2 minutes until tap off. Players and referees ready. Good afternoon. New South Wales touch request. Paul Lewis, Matt Armady and Peter Marks to please report to tournament control. That is Paul Lewis, Matt Armity and Peter Marks. If you can please report to tournament control. concludes your section. We kindly ask you please start making your way from the venue as per the arrive, play, leave protocols. Please follow the directions of our friendly staff, and we look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow. We would like to take this opportunity to remind all players and spectators to please ensure that you do clear your rubbish from the facility. The beautiful fields down here at WAGGA were left in a great condition when we arrived this morning, so we do ask for your cooperation in ensuring the event is left in a great condition again this afternoon. So New South Wales Touch does ask that all players and spectators please use the bins provided for your convenience, and please pick up the rubbish in your respective areas.
So we'll get going first. I'll just feel myself. We'll start with Dean. I'm going to get you in fleetingly, so I'll go. No, not yet.
And just to call out for Simon Croft, if we could please get you to go to the stadium. That's Simon Croft, if we could please get you to report to the stadium.
Must have.
Sweet.
Yep.
You right?
I'm ready, yeah.
And for those respective 18 girls teams playing on the stadium and field 1, your reminder that there is
Welcome to live stream.
New
New South Wales Touch, come to you live from WAGGA. Immaculate conditions. I'm here with the main man, the general manager. Dean Russell, good afternoon, Dean.
Hey Joel, how are you, mate?
I'm having a great time, you?
Mate, not too bad. 3 good wins for your team this morning.
Yeah, 3 good wins, but Dean, as you know, when it comes to Sunday, no one remembers Friday, do they?
That's right. State Cup always starts on the Sunday, mate. But beautiful day down here in WAGGA today. And sun's out, not too hot. Nice little breeze going, so should be a cracker of a game.
Special shout out to those at Parks. I played for the Parks Spacemen many years ago, Dean. I played very poorly, so I apologise to all those at Parks who you probably expected a fair bit more from me, which you didn't get. But anyway, what's the conditions here, would you say, temperature-wise?
Oh, it's just about 29 at the moment, but there's a nice little breeze coming across the oval from the west towards the east, but it's just a slight breeze. I watched the Cronulla girls a little bit earlier. They played Deakin and had a nice win.
I should know. My daughter's in the team. But
yeah, she caught it.
So how did they go?
Meat pies.
Did she?
Yep.
Well done.
ran the length of the field, dropped it over the line.
Oh,
but we
yeah,
won't
typical.
mention that.
Referees ready?
So here we go, we're set. Parks taking on the Sharkies. I don't know if they're the spacemen, are they in touch?
No, they're the Park Pumas.
The Pumas. The Pumas. We're all in readiness now for the Pumas. Flemmo coaching the Sharkies. Wayne Smith, of course, the former Magpie.
How many clubs has Graham Fleming coached at? That'd be a good trivia question.
He's got plenty. Here we go. So the Pumas have the ball first, so they're going to drive it to the right-hand side. And a turnover. So immediately the Sharkies will go on the attack. Should be a nice little match-up here, the Pumas and the Sharks. The city meets the country, in the country. They scoop across here and they get towards the halfway line. Liv Herman, who's the club captain for Cronulla. And Tony Herman, hello to you, mate. I know you'll be listening at home with your crazy mate Stevie Price as they come across the right-hand side. Nice fleeting work. That is brilliant play. That is brilliant play. They score the try immediately, and that's Lily Riolo. Lily Riolo, astronomical. That's the word she wanted me to use. Well, Lily, that try was astronomical.
Yeah, very good. She just drove towards the line there, went off a left once, went off a left twice, was looking to set up the wing, but realised the hole was there and just strolled through for her own touchdown.
Sideline, we go. Isaac Ryan.
Hey, how you doing? What a try there by the Sharks. Jeez, what a try that was. Early in the stages here. It was a pretty poor error, but let's see if they can make up for that error in their first set of the game.
Isaac Ryan, the young Tiger, and his father Dane, grandfather Budgie, and mother Tanya got the reins for the Balmain 14s. A little bit of a bobble there. They caught that well refereed. 1 touchdown to nil. Is that how you say it, Dane?
Yeah, one try to nil, 1 touchdown. So everyone's got a different take on it, but try will do. Cronulla girls really driving well down the middle of the field here, Joel.
Yeah, it was Hayley Hopper. That was followed in by Kira Hensley, and here they go now. So Cleo Fiend to the right-hand side. She's the 26. She's got the cutout ball, and Hayley Hopper has gone very close, but just denied, moments away. So they're only 7 metres out here, the Sharkies. On the attack they go, and it is through Jay Tatum, who's been in stellar form in the gala days. They hand it over in the corner, which is always a good place to hand it over to.
Yeah, you want to give the opposition the ball back deep in their own territory and make them work towards their box to get fresh troops on. Park's being held up here a little bit. They've wasted 3 or 4 touches to get to their box, but they're bringing their subs on now.
Controversial, Dean, I know. I've sacked the box sets. We don't do them in the 12s.
Well, mate, I'm not against that, to be honest. Teams can get, especially junior teams, they can become very robotic and just get absolutely every set, just box set it rather than playing what's in front of them.
So the Sharks drive it up on this western touchline, and Tatum, they go to the right-hand side as the breeze comes through. Waterson charges through. There's a mystery guest coming up, Dean. I'm going to get our listeners as they go to the left-hand side. Oh, almost through. That was Miller Parr. Miller's taken down about 7 metres out. So the Sharks on the attack will stay with the play. They hand it over. So what we're going to do here, listeners and viewers, there's a mystery voice here. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Joel Kane.
What are you doing up here with boxing gloves on?
No boxing gloves on here, Joel. I'm here watching the touch footy. And I've got to say, I've got to give the Touch Association a huge rap. The way this event is run is unbelievable. Been here for 3 years now, and they do not miss a beat. It's run on time. It's absolutely fantastic. Everyone here enjoys themselves, so well done to the Touch Association.
You've guessed it, the name of Fiend. Oh, Fiend went to Kane. That's the voice of Gallen, Paul Gallen, of course, and just taken down. So the irony in all of that pass was young Fiend, Cleo Fiend, to Reece Kane. We were opposing coaches earlier in the day, Nathan Fiend and ourselves, Gal.
You were, and the boys got up, and I reckon they might meet each other a bit later on in the tournament, I'd say.
Very good team, that young Wollongong team.
There's a young Riolo out here as well. My manager of over 20 years, Dave Riolo, Lily Riolo, number 15 out
Scored
there.
the first try, Gal.
Scored the first try. Dave told me on the way up here.
Did he?
Yeah, he made sure I knew.
Okay, the Sharkies, they're looking for try number 2. As they set it up through Miller Parr, then they come charging through the line now. Waterson, went to the left-hand side, but just not being kept. Parks dodge a bullet, back to the 7 they go.
So did Jolly. I've got to say, mate, I can't offer too much in this game. I'm not even going to try and pretend like I'm a touch expert. I love the game. I love the skill level that the girls play with, but I don't know too much about the moves, mate.
But I tell you, well, you'd recognise this in young Cody plays, of course, in the 12s. And your dad was a champion touch player.
My dad was a great touch player. Played for a long time. Played for Australia a fair bit, but he's well and truly past his prime now. He's well and truly in his 60s, and he's definitely retired. He's here watching the tournament, though. He's down there somewhere enjoying his grandson play, and obviously watching everyone else play too, so he really enjoys it.
There's Sienna Price. The great Stephen Price, her father, left-hand side, and Sienna Price for that matter.
Isn't there some names?
Oh, there
here?
is some
Wow.
names. Here comes the Parkside. Oh, just unlucky there. It was the pass coming away, and they just got caught out. Left-hand side, they come across here, the
Kane,
Sharks.
Riolo, Price, Herman. Herman, I think, is the daughter of Tony Herman, who was the groundskeeper at the Sharks for a long time and coached reserve grade for a long time too. So plenty. Feen, there's another one. There's plenty.
Tess Robinson. Clint Robinson played at the
Wow,
Tigers. Has
really?
the ball now, Tess Robinson. Hello to you, Clint. Left-hand side now, and it is Herman. Gets the pass back into Riolo. Now they charge forward, and upfield goes Charlie Lloyd. They scoop. That's Riolo from dummy half. Looks for Lloyd on the left-hand side. Finds Herman. Kane's a chance, and Reese Kane.
Good try.
At home we
Good
call it the
try.
cake, but the cake scored in the corner, and it's 2 touchdowns to nil. The Sharkies leading the Pumas.
Good play. I've got to give it to Lily Riolo. When our under-12 boys played against them a few weeks ago, and look, you've got to say the girls beat them handsomely, but it's purely on pure speed. But Lily Riolo was a noticeably good player that day, and she had a big hand in that try then.
Let's go down to the sideline. Isaac Ryan's there. G'day, Isaac.
Hey, how you doing? The conditions down here are great on the sideline. It's been a very good game so far, although the errors have been, how's your father going? But here's their first chance to score a try here for Parks. Let's see what they can do up against a strong Cronulla side.
Never heard how's your father
How's
in
your father
commentary,
going?
but he's
That's
on
one of
fire,
my-
our little budgie over
That's
here.
one of my favourite lines, and I promise you I'm going to use it this year at some stage.
Welcome to those who are joining us for the first time through the stream. Here they come, Pumas, a big chance. They scoot from dummy half. Gee, that was close. But they managed to hang on the Sharkies. 7 metres out, 2 touchdowns to nil. And it was brilliant work up the middle there through the Park side as they now charge towards the box. And they're going to box out here, so the Pumas are going to do their best to cut them off. The number 28 being Kirby Maslin is making them earn it, that's for sure, as Sienna Price goes upfield. Dummy half diving in goes the number 26, Young Fiend, left-hand side. Hensley, ooh, handover. Tell you what, Hensley, she's a good player, Dean, this young Hensley in the middle with the braids. They like the braids, the girls, and they go across to the right-hand side now. They're going to box themselves, the Pumas.
I've got to say, the braids are pretty prominent. Even a few of the boys have got the braids.
Yeah.
Young Curry in our side's got the braids going, and he's an ear-gun player, little Curry.
He's a great player.
I just actually watched the 16 Sharks play. The boys, they won. I think they won about 7, but Joel,
Yeah.
they won 7-1.
Oh, that's
They had a
good.
try scored against them. I had a bet with young
Yeah.
Taji today that they wouldn't go 0, and they had a try scored against them, so I'm into him as soon as I see him.
You need to share the story for the viewers at home about your bullying that went on the other day with one of the young Weaver kids.
Well, let me tell you, I just watched the under-16s play, and they touched up St George. I think it was about 7-1. And I was there with Dave Rose, and I said to Dave Rose, this just gives me pure confidence. He said, why? I said, because we beat these 16 boys team the other day. So the parents got together.
Oh, that's right.
The parents got together, played the 16 boys, and we won 5-4.
Right, let's
So I
stay
got
with the
a hell of a lot
play.
of confidence.
Parks are a chance here. Here they come. They drive upfield, and they've got them under the pump here, Parks, and just coming back.
They're a dummy half.
Okay, so what happened? You bullied a young kid the other day, and you got the wrong one. What happened?
I didn't, but so young Taji, he's in him all the time. He's a great young kid. Zuma Weaver's older brother. And there's another brother, Jarvis, and they look identical. So I thought I thought Taji had the ball. So I gave him a touch. I've gone up and snotted him. I've tackled him on the ground. And it turns out it was Jarvis. So the mum, Liz Weaver, was well and truly into me after the game for tackling her favourite son, Jarvis. Yes, if it had been Taj, I wouldn't have cared, but it was Jarvis.
It was Jarvis, and the nicest kid in the world too.
Nicest
Taj
kid in the world,
is
great
one of
kid.
those larrikins, so you can get him, but you got the wrong bloke.
Taj is a rat bag. I've got to say, he's a rat bag. He's a good rat bag, though. He's good fun. Like Zuma. Zuma's a good kid. Got plenty of cheeky, plenty of spunk about him. He's got plenty to say, too. They're funny kids.
Here they come, the Park side. They shifted across, and that was Hallie Woolnough. Quick scoop from dummy half, and this taking off now goes McGregor. McGregor gets into the half. This is nice work from the Park side. They've got the Sharkies on the back foot, and they're well positioned here, the Pumas. Back in field, they shifted across. There's McGregor again. Gets the pass away now, and they'll stamp the ball down through Woolnough. They're coming upfield here, the Park side, and McGregor back in field, handover. So 2 touchdowns to nil. It's a gruelling affair. 2 touchdowns to nil. Let's go back down to the sideline and now be little Isaac Ryan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joel. Yeah, the conditions again are perfect down here. Touch football, I just love the sport so much. It's the best watching touch football all the time, getting off school to watch this, and it's just the best.
There he is,
Are
Isaac
you
Ryan.
concerned about the wind, young fellas? A little bit windy out here, or is it okay?
No, the wind is perfect at the moment for touch football. I'll let you know if it picks up.
Okay, well, it's probably because we're sitting a little bit higher. It feels a little bit windy up here, but I'm wondering how it is at ground level, and you'd know. So I'll take your word for it.
Tell you what, the Pumas, they're just starting to win the field position battle, but as we say that, the commentator's curse comes out the Sharkies.
How's your father? If you ever how's your father?
Sharkies have got the ball 10 metres short. Hello to those on the stream. We appreciate it. They do such a good job. New South Wales touch, just like Michaela Lee. Michaela Lee just surges upfield, and she's taken down. So here's a chance for the Sharkies through Sienna Arthur. Just setting up something here. Arthur jumps in the dummy half. She's got Waterson on the right-hand side who has possession now. Waterson's going to drop the ball down for Michaela Lee. She's at dummy half, Michaela. Now back to Waterson, but just couldn't get the ball away, but they'll get a repeat set. 2 touchdowns to 0. Paul Gallen in the commentary box up here at beautiful Wagga. And of course, next week, the Northern Conference off to Port Macquarie. Geez, they're 2 towns who do it well. I've got to say, Gal, in fact, we'll get through the play here. The fields in Wagga, world class as they jump into dummy half. Waterson, she's got a chance here.
I should have gone through the
Long ball to Reese Kane, and she's taken down 5 metres away. Here's the Mayor of Cronulla, Craig May.
Oh, Dreesy. Yes.
Oh, Kane in the corner, and all clear.
That's a try.
Reese has 2, Sharks have 3.
Take it on the short side, 2-on-1, beautiful pass, back to Reese Kane for a try.
3 touchdowns to 0, the Sharkies, but it's been a committed act from the Park side. They're not gone yet. There's plenty of time. Only 11 minutes has lapsed. Geez, doesn't the clock take a long time when you're stuck in the box coaching, Gal?
Especially when you haven't got much of an idea what's going on.
Paul Gallen in the box. I'm Joel Kane. Dean Russell here, and sideline we go. Isaac Ryan.
Yeah. The wind definitely has picked up in the last, I don't know how long it's been since I've been on the mic. And just as you saw, a great try there from Cronulla, and they got the ball again. So let's see if they can put the points on the board again and make this lead bigger than it originally already is.
See what haven't they driven up field well? They drove up, they've given the whole field in 3 or 4 tackles there. Now they'll set up for an attacking opportunity.
Herman Robinson, sharp run. Oh, Charlie Lloyd almost skipped through, but they hand the ball over, but that's the right place to hand it over at the other end of the field. 3 touchdowns to 0. Cronulla, the ascendancy, plenty of time still to go. 13 minutes, in fact. And it's a tough act, Gal, isn't it? Because with the COVID conditions, you've got to play back-to-back games, so you've got to be very strategic how you manage the workload.
You do, especially back-to-back games. I mean, our boys played 3 games back-to-back this morning. I'm not sure how many of the girls have played back-to-back, but it can be very tough. And look, I started playing touch footy about 2 weeks ago, and it is a fast, hard game, so you can't be out there for too long. So playing 2 or 3 games back-to-back can certainly affect you.
Here's a chance. Parks, nice work down the sideline, but they can't quite get there. Let's go back down to Isaac Ryan. We're about to get blown out of the commentary box. If he says it's still the weather and the wind, I'll be saying, how's your father?
Yep, the wind is still terrible. Yeah, that was a pretty bad error there by Cronulla, but pardon me, from Parks. But let's see if Cronulla can turn the heat up a bit here and score another try as it leads. Massive here. They're looking very, very dangerous every time they go up against.
I'll tell you what, isn't the skill level of the girls' touch football through the roof?
Yeah,
Joel?
absolutely.
I mean, we watch women's rugby league, and women's rugby league has taken off the past couple of years, and the women know where they want it to get to. But women's touch football, the skill level they display out here it's high quality.
Back in the day, you wouldn't have as many girls playing rugby league or football or touch, and nor would you have young boys dancing. But now the world's accepting of everything, and you're seeing that the pipeline, like the All-Stars match the other day, I thought the skill level was unbelievable.
For the first game of the year.
Oh,
yeah.
It was unbelievable. And it's a bit like the Ronda Rousey effect, where Ronda Rousey burst onto the scene for the UFC, but because of this pipeline coming through, there's 100 Ronda Rouseys now. It's so good for the sport. The young girls love their footy, and here comes Hayley Hopper hopping upfield. Right-hand side, Fiend, and they've got him under the gun here. Henley, they get it out the pass, long ball to Kane. Oh, she might be 3. She might have 3. The eldest of 4's got 3. And it's 4 touchdowns to 0.
So isn't that good hands? Through the hands, catch pass, they all caught out in front off their chest. Beautiful hands, and Reese Kane, too much speech. Must get that from mother, Joel, surely.
Definitely. Well, You should see how
Here
quick
we
I am
go,
on
here we
McDonald's.
go. I knew that was coming.
If there was a McDonald's, Kobe won't beat me.
You're leading point scorer one day when you were there, weren't you?
Yeah, many
was
moons
that off your boot or try scores?
No, that was the year of the Olympics, Gal. Everyone was too preoccupied with that, I think. And anyway, the Park side. It is 4 touchdowns to 0. We're on Rod Laver Arena here as they go to the right-hand side, and it is the Parks through Bria Constable. Right-hand side, here's a chance. Dummy. The dummy came away from Charlie Robinson. Both the number 2s are Charlie's. Charlie Lloyd for Cronulla, Charlie Robinson for Parks. And they drag the ball back. Charlie Robinson, she's a dummy half. Dictating terms as she flicks it across to Woolno. Woolno just sums up the situation, hands it over on the last.
You've got to give the Sharks defence a rap there. They had numbers. There was an opportunity to score a try. They couldn't quite pick it, and the Sharks defenders just keep turning up for each other. Their defence is outstanding. Now look at them drive it upfield.
Terrific drive too, as they get the ball through Waterson, and they're just peppering the middles here.
Good run.
The heart rate up well and truly. Waterson again, left-hand side. Here they head upfield through Sienna Arthur. Sienna Arthur goes in, number 5.
Footwork, speed, acceleration now, good.
Sienna Arthur saw the opportunity, pinned the ears back, and away she went. Sharkies 5 to Parks 0. Sideline on we go, Isaac Ryan.
Say Joel and the crew up in the commentary box. What a try there. She stepped on the pedal and took off like Pappenhausen. And that was a great try, and the conditions are perfect. The wind has gone away. Fingers crossed you guys don't get blown off the commentary box.
So the score is 5 touchdowns to 0 and 7 weather updates from Isaac. So keep them coming, Budgie, as the Parkside, they head upfield now. Right-hand side, passes flicked away a little bit there, and it was young McGregor who had possession. So here's a chance now for the Parkside. McGregor, left-hand side, but the defence is quick.
Once again, good defence. They read it well.
They rush upon, I think it's Tegan Smead. I haven't got number 18, but it may be the 19 Tegan Smead. As the Sharkies through Herman, up through Robinson. Lloyd at dummy half. There's Riolo. And she's taken down Riolo. So here's a chance for Parks. 5 touchdowns to 0. It is the Sky Blue who lead, right-hand side now. And again, McGregor's been busy. She gets it 10 metres out. And back away, we'll call it Smead. That might be a 19, in fact. 67 is in Georgia Coote. Wonder if Georgia Coote's related to the great man, Ronnie Coote.
Could be.
Dummy
Parks,
half.
is he from kids around the country?
Oh, here's a chance. Diving at the line. It was
good touch,
Georgia
good
Coote,
touch.
in fact, speaking of Georgia.
It was too, but they got there. Great defence once again from the Sharkies.
Tegan Smead. Tegan Smead sets it up, and McGregor showing the ball. Goes back away to Coote, and Coote's happy to hand it over on the wing just there for Paris Neville. Yep, she wants to stay there. McGregor happy to get caught in the corner, and the Sharkies are a long, long way from that try line.
Watch them drive though, Joel. They drive up the field nice and fast. We're going for a box set here, are they? Sticking to this side of the field.
So Herman, back to Kane, now to Lloyd. Lloyd finds Fiend.
I think she did have a foot on the sideline there, just. I think the Sharkies on it has called it here. The coach has a little bit of honesty, has put his hand up. Her foot was on the line.
So the Parks girls. What's the journey from Parks to here, Dean? Any idea? How far? About 4 hours?
That's Paddy Gibson territory. I played with a guy named Paddy Gibson many, many years ago. Played first grade for Cronulla. I'm sure he's from Parks.
You know who else went and played there, and I think he had great success? Dennis Moran.
Dennis Moran, yeah. I remember Dennis Moran. Parramatta, from Parramatta, yep. Did you play for anyone else?
London Broncos. Had a big career over the London Broncos.
Definitely was at the Eels.
5-0. 5-0 the Sharkies, who they just keep inviting Parks back into it for now. 5 metres into the territory and rushing up to make it was Tatum. Great touch from Jade. Now Fiend doubles up on that, and now they hand the ball over, so the Sharkies get the ball back. Stevie K, good to have your company. Stevie K watching all the action via the live streaming.
Look at that for a drive. Fantastic. Just couldn't quite dump it, but still on the attack.
So Tatum. Upfield, nice pass away. She finds a little mate, Hensley. Hensley straight to the try line. It was Tatum and Hensley. They go through again for try number 6.
I love seeing that because you play touch and there's so much driving up the field and they get up there, they want to set up, they want to stop the play. But when you just play what's in front of you sometimes, opportunities open up and she just played what was there, had her eyes up and bang, straight through the gap. Once again, great acceleration for another try for the Sharkies.
So what do we move to now, Gal? Is it 6?
That's 6-0, man. I just can't stop thinking about the Cronulla Sharks. My old team, I hope they can defend and play this well this season. It'd be nice.
they'll play finals, won't they, Gal, this year?
I got no doubt. I think they'll be I think they'll push for top 4. I know it's the honeymoon period for all NRL teams. Everyone's training the house down and looking well and feeling fit and feeling strong, but they're going fantastic at the moment. I think they can push for top 4.
Oh, here they come. That's a great run. That is a terrific run.
Good touch once again from the Sharks, scrambling defence, but that was some good footwork shown there.
There was brilliant footwork shown, and I think you'll find that was Isabella Miller who might have been going for that charge. So here they come, the Park side. They're looking ominous here, left-hand side, and it's McGregor. McGregor's just trying to get them on the hook. They're dragging it back. This is nice. This is nice from Parks, and this is a real chance. A live chance here. Dummy half, they go away, and it is through McGregor, but they just can't. Well, you've got to, as you said, you've got to pay respect to this Sharkies defence. Speaking of the Sharkies, maybe share with our viewers what our major award is, Gal, for our team.
The under-12s, the major award is called the Dale Award, and it was named after Dale Finucane by yourself because you love the way he plays and you love the way he puts in for his teammates, puts his teammates first. So for the player in the under-12s that does the best 1%ers and just the little things that people don't know is when you come into the sidelines sprinting off, always supporting your teammates, that particular player will win the Dale Award as the Sharkies go through once again.
Waterson sprints through, looks for Miller Parr. Does Miller Parr get the ball down?
Yeah, she's got there. Try.
Miller Parr picks up try number 7.
Great try. But, as I said, the Dale Award will go to the under-12s player that best puts in for his teammates. And, mate, I'll tell you what, it's not a bad effort or praise for Dale Finucane. He hasn't played a game for the Cronulla Sharks yet, and he's got a award named after him already, so that's a fair effort.
He's played a lot of grand finals, Dale Finucane, and that's what it does. You have those players, you need those players. So that moves along to 7, and it was on the back of Ruby Waterson who cut through, and the support was brilliant from Miller Parr. And the Sharkies are now chasing number 8. 4 minutes remaining in this one. I think they'll be happy with this, Coach Fleming and Coach Smith.
What will they be happy with, Joel? What do you think?
Definitely
the 8
the
or
0.
the 0? Yes, I agree with you. You know that. That was your goal from the start. There's 150 teams here, I think you said, and you want to be the best defensive side all series, and so far the young boys are. Not a try scored against them as yet. As at the 18s, has a try scored against them yet? Obviously not this game.
Lloyd, hang on. Lloyd's got a chance. This is slick work. They get it away now, and the pass come from Riolo, but they just couldn't quite get it to Price.
How many games have they played, the 18 girls?
This will be number 2, I'd say.
They win the first one to 0?
To 0, do you know, Dean? Maybe 1?
Maybe 1, okay.
So they'd be very happy.
Not bad.
As we've got about 2 minutes 53 remaining. 7 touchdowns to 0. So they get to the halfway line. And you know what? A special shout out to the referees. And for anyone who's listening in any junior sport, just remember before criticising a referee that has your own team made a mistake. Games are built on mistakes. So if your own players are going to make mistakes, of course the referees are most certainly entitled to do the same. We're human.
They are human. I'll tell you, I work with Mark Levy. Now, Mark Levy, I didn't know he used to be a referee.
Yeah.
He is a big human being.
Here we go. Robinson, away to Kane.
Reece, she would have been away. I don't know if they would have caught her, Reece Kane.
No. She could stick onto that one. And
big Mark Levy. I'll tell you what, if you got on the wrong side of Mark Levy and you got a bit upset, I reckon you'd be in trouble. He's a big man.
He's a big man. Here they come. This is a nice little chance here for Parks. It was clever work from Bria Constable.
I think it was a little young Reece Kane got a hand in there. Saved the try. Was penalised, but saved the try.
Bria Constable makes the tap. Come on, Parks. Here come the girls. They've been brave, but the defence resolute of the Sharks. They're going to ask a few more questions here. She's been good. Coot dives, but hang on.
Oh wow!
Oh, well done, young lady.
Wow.
So Georgia Coot with the scoot. And it's 7 touchdowns to 1, a minute 30 to go.
We don't want to be critical, Joel, but I don't think that was a try, but play on. Play on. 7-1, the girls.
Well, good on her. Good on her, Georgia Coot. And 7 touchdowns to 1. And as a coach, it just irks you, that one, doesn't it?
It would definitely.
Particularly when there's 90 seconds left.
Yep, but I think the referee gave him that one, to be honest.
Here's a touchdown, and here's Tatum, who's I mentioned earlier. She's been brilliant. Left-hand side, Hensley. Now to Fiend. Fiend's got it only 20 metres out. Talented young girl she is. So they're setting up a play through Tatum. And away to Hensley. Here's Fiend. Oh, great defence. It was desperate defence from Charlie Robinson, who made the touch that had to be made. So Hensley, the Pied Piper. What are they setting up here? Goes back away now to Tatum. Jade puts the ball down. Hensley scoots. Where's her support? There's Fiend.
Good try.
And Fiend doesn't get there. I thought she may have scored, but it has been denied. And there's 27 seconds left.
Touch pass from the dummy half. Close one.
So Fiend makes the touch. 7 touchdowns to 1. And the Parks girls through Robinson. Upfield they go through Tegan Smead. And there you go. Well done, Cronulla. 7 touchdowns to 1. The Cronulla Sharks have defeated the Parks Pumas in the under-18 girls. Well done, Gal.
No worries, mate. Thanks for having me. Well done to the New South Wales Touch Association. Absolutely fantastic the way you run these events, and you should be congratulated. Well done. Just
before we get you out of the box here, there was rumours swirling around in the touch community that you may have been playing the under-40s this year.
Yeah, I was going to. I wanted to. As I said during the call, about 2 weeks ago, I had my first game of touch in many, many years, and it's a tough, fast game, but I was really looking forward to going up the State Cup. But unfortunately, work commitments this year and Channel 9 and radio, I'm unable to go in March. But hopefully the back end of this year, I think it's on again in November or December, is it not?
I think so.
Yeah, so fingers crossed the back end of the year I'll be able to get out there and have a run.
Rightio, well done, Gal. Outstanding work, mate. There's Paul Gallen. You'll hear his dulcet tones on the Channel 9 coverage once again. So there's Paul Gallen.
See you guys.
All the best, mate. Thank you very much. Let's go down to the touchline to sum up that particular performance. We'll get Dean Russell back on the cans in a sec. But what did you make of that, Isaac Ryan?
Yeah, it was a very great game from Cronulla, and a late try there from, I forgot the name, sorry.
It was young Coote.
Yes, that was from Coote. Yeah, it was a great try. Oh, I don't know if it was a try, but as Gal said. But anyways, we're playing touch football. We're all having fun here. As you said, the referees make mistakes. That's all part of the game.
Absolutely. Wrapping it up, it was a big victory. A big, big victory going the way of the Sharkies. 7-1. 7-1 it was. 7 touchdowns to 1. And, well, what a performance. You got to ask the question of Michaela Lee. I mean, fair dinkum. When you got parents, Shane and Ray, and you've just got to dominate, and that's exactly what the young lady did. Astronomical was the first try from Riolo. It was brilliant. Coach Smith very happy. Coach Fleming very happy. Manager Herman very happy. And now we move on to the next one. Dean Russell, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Joel. That was quite entertaining, wasn't it?
It was a terrific game. And now we meet the Eastern Suburbs Roosters taking on Deakin of Canberra.
Yep, and the Roosters for many, many years, as your lovely wife Kobe would know, were the great rivals of the Sharks. And I was just watching your daughter Reese run around there, and you were dead set Kobe all over.
Is that right?
The mannerisms, the style of running. I actually think she might have Kobe for speed.
Yeah, pound for pound.
Yeah, I reckon that she might just have Kobe. Kobe was very quick.
Yeah, she's quick.
But I don't know, Reese might just have half a yard on her, I reckon.
So is it true that Touch has been very quick to 50 years old? Is that right?
Yes.
State Cup?
Yes, yep. This is 50 years this year. We're celebrating it. And we're celebrating right throughout the year. We've got a number of different things that we'll be looking to celebrate. Later in the year, we'll be naming our teams of the first 50 years. We'll have a men's open team, a women's open team, a mixed team. We'll have a men's seniors team, a women's senior team, and we'll also announce an Indigenous All-Star mixed team. So a lot going on this year to celebrate the 50 years of Touch. The viewers will obviously see the logo out there on the field as we get ready for this game between Deakin and the Roosters. But yeah, really exciting. 50 years, 1972, when New South Wales Touch was formed.
The great Clay Studden involved in this alongside Amanda Swako.
Swako, yes. That's the coaching team for the Roosters. Both very knowledgeable touch participants, played at the highest level, and they would have imparted their knowledge onto these young girls from Eastern Suburbs, who have been, to be honest, have been in a little bit of a rebuilding phase with their youth program, but I'm sure that we'll probably see some very good touch out here.
You know what, Dean, I've got to be honest, when it's become so big, these state cups, it used to be, of course, in Port Macquarie for many years, and it still is in some capacity with the Northern Conference being up there. But when it was first split in half because of the size, the enormity of the Junior State Cup, a lot of people are like, oh, we love Port Macquarie. We don't want to move from Port Macquarie, and, you know, why are we going to Wagga? And I've got to say, Dean, everyone who's now moved to Wagga for this, they love it.
Yeah, look, we did. There was a lot of people, because everyone had that romantic attachment to Port Macquarie, not just from the Junior State Cup, but we're celebrating 33 years of the Senior State Cup being in Port Macquarie. So a lot of people come through the sport, had that romantic attachment. But like you said, a lot of people didn't want to come to Wagga. First 5 minutes coming out to these fields, seeing the way the venue sets up and the playing surfaces, won everybody over instantly.
Oh, the playing surface, it's absolute world class. The Roosters have got the first chance to Masayu as it comes now to Alexandra Smealy. They plant the ball 7 metres out. Here's a chance for the Roosters, but just knocked off about a metre out of the goal line. So Deakin survived the first real scare as we have had 30 seconds gone. They're 25 minutes straight turnaround. So as your try gets scored, you turn around. There is no half time. Tell you what, Dean, I've got to say with the back-to-back, and it is good to do it that way, but it's a marathon.
Yeah, it is.
What's the feedback generally on it?
Oh, look, the feedback's been probably in favour, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's been a bit of communication saying, well, maybe we need to go game on, game off with the kids. We went back-to-back this year primarily because of the risk management protocols put in place because of Omicron and the COVID virus. We had to try and limit the amount of people on the venue. We're bringing 12,000 people to the Wagga region, so we couldn't really have 12,000 people out here all at one time.
Yeah.
So that's why we've gone with these protocols. But the way the Roosters nearly get through, but the way things are tracking.
Oh, here's a big chance. It was Jemima Grimmond who strolled through. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was Chloe Kennard. Oh, she just got pulled up there. Chloe Kennard got it away to Louisa McMahon. They were so close, but asking big questions early, the Roosters side.
Yeah, Izzy Lister nearly took an intercept there too for Deakin, so 6 more here for the Roosters.
So here they come, the Roosters. Can they strike first? A little set-up quickie play here. Back it comes away, but Kennard couldn't get through the Deakin defence. 7 metres out. Kennard again with the ball. The dummy half in a pocket goes to Kennard. Here's the dive. But a great touch made by Ruby May Vivian.
Well, I had the opportunity to give the ball off there to the link, McLennan Pike, and she was in a gaping hole.
So they've just been knocking on this door for the last, minute or so, but credit to Deakin. They defy the raid, which was the Roosters. Score remains 0-all. 2.5 gone in, I was going to say the first half. There is no first half in the match. So the Deakin side, and they have to box because they've been under all sorts of pressure, haven't they?
Yeah, and that's it. We talked earlier about not doing box sets all the time, but that is a perfect example when you should. Like, repeat sets of 6 on your line. You need to get fresh troops out there, get down to the field, put the pressure on the defence, and try and turn the ball over at the very end of the field. You don't necessarily have to score every time you get the ball. It does sometimes become like a game of chess.
Grimmond goes to the right-hand side. She had the quickie and then got it to Charlotte Royal. That's a great name, isn't it? Charlotte Royal.
There are some great names in sport. What's your favourite?
I like Will Power in the racing. Usain Bolt. That's got to be up there, doesn't it?
Mate, there was an old Japanese golfer, Jumbo Osaki.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favourite. Oh, I love Jumbo Osaki.
Our obstetrician. So we've got 4 kids, and the obstetrician's name was Dr. Child. Perfect name, isn't it?
It certainly is. Went into the right vacation.
Of course, you'll hear the dulcet tones of Dean, the luminary of Liss on SEN. Monday to Friday, Fletch, 3 to 6 p.m. Blatant plug there. 4.5 gone. We're only 3.5 gone, in fact, and it's still 0-all. Deakin of Canberra, of the ACT, taking on the Roosters of Sydney. Right-hand side now, and Royal explores that side. Back it way to Kennard, and Kennard just dished it off for McMahon. And Brodie Maguire has it about 25 metres out. So Brodie Maguire gets it across to Grimmond.
Brodie Maguire, the daughter of the former Touch Football Australia CEO Colin Maguire.
Is that right?
And Mary Ann Maguire, who also was working for the organisation. Both got
Brodie now.
Yeah, and very good player.
Grimmond's been dominant. Grimmond gets it from Royal, but Grimmond says no. From the west side back to the east we go, and she sets it up for Maguire. Maguire gets the pass away, and Holly Cook throws the ball wide, hits the ground, and the Roosters have got possession back. So we've had 4.5 minutes gone in the match. No score, Deakin and the Roosters.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of teams this weekend so far, Joel, with that type of play, the little split play, come out with the quickie out of half, and they're looking long all the time to the wing. I'd really like to see some teams go the quickie, short ball, get the ball on the ground quickly, then go long and bring that defensive in. So Roosters here, look
Roosters
forward.
are a massive chance, but it was forward sideline. On we go, Isaac Ryan.
Thank you, Joel and the crew up in the commentary box. The wind has dropped a bit down, which is pretty good for the touch right now. And the game before was a cracker match, and this one is looking to be another cracking match, with the scores being 0-0 so far. Let's see who can crack the code so far.
0-0, that's Isaac Ryan of Balmain. And the 14 Balmain boys, gee, they're off to a good start today as they flick it across now to Caitlin McAuliffe. And this is going to ask a few questions. So it'd be fair to say field position's been the Roosters' team, but just starting to change a little.
Yeah, momentum. It's touch football, like all sports. It's a game of momentum, and momentum shifts. And the Roosters started strongly early, had a couple of opportunities to score, but all of a sudden, Deakin, they're starting to get some good field position now and threaten the Roosters' line.
Sophie Sykes, the captain, her dad, Michael Sykes, he's the coach, and they go up through Mickey Roda, left-hand side on Sophie. And Sophie Sykes went through. Touch claim, though, by Sasha Parr. It was a terrific touch from Parr.
Yes, and you can see the Roosters there. They're pushing up hard in the middle of the field, but while their links are moving forward, they are hanging back. That's going to create an opportunity for a good arrows run between the middle and the link.
So, Dean, with COVID, have you had many teams affected this week with players?
We had teams affected last night. I mean, you're involved with the Cronulla club, and years ago I was involved with the Cronulla club, and one of the stalwarts of that team, Gab Rose, coaching a team, had a player on the way in the car on the way down, complained of a sore throat, pulled over. They did the rat test, positive, turned the car around and went home. So yeah, look, there have been. It's been hectic for a lot of clubs, just with players having to withdraw last minute and bring new players in. But at the end of the day, it's just great to see kids out here running around. They had such a tough year last year with school, with a lot of sport, inter-school sport and their own sport being cancelled. Just the opportunity for them to get out here and run's been fantastic.
And run they go, but just pulled up, and that was Ava Kuhn who went through. I'll tell you a really good story, Dean, just on that. So, and this is why shadows are so important. We had our shadows play all the gala days, and we're trying to develop as many kids as we can. And it's unfortunate we can't have development teams up here, but it is the state of play, and that's totally understandable. But these young kids kept turning up, and one boy in particular, Cruzy Weaver. And I said, mate, his brothers are all playing up here this reef. I said, mate, just bring your gear. You never know, right? And Gab, who you mentioned, rings me up and said, we've had 2 go down with COVID. Would Cruz have brought his gear? I said, you wouldn't believe it, he would. She goes, can I pull the lever? I said, you can pull the lever lever, and she did. And now all of a sudden, a kid who 2 days ago wasn't going to get a run, and he's up here now, and he's part of a team, and fantastic. That's what sport's about, isn't it?
Exactly. Well, the most famous sportsman ever, not to get a run, went on to be the GOAT, Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Didn't get picked as a kid,
wow,
college, and then all of a sudden bloomed. And so you never know when your opportunities present themselves. This could be the best thing for young Weaver.
Danny Medeiros in under 16s. It was a very ordinary rugby league Group 3 side. He missed that side, and he becomes one of the greatest Australians. Here we go. Here's a chance now. The Roosters there, hot to trot. They're going to score the first one. They dive over, and it's the number 14, who we don't have on the list here. But the number 14 for the Roosters, our apologies, but has scored the first try of the match. In fact, it is Talia Shapiro. Okay, so Talia Shapiro, maybe another late addition as Talia Shapiro scores a try. So Talia, well done, young lady.
Yeah, I thought that pass was late, Joel, but then I noticed after the play had gone through, the number 4 from Deakin, Jazz Clark, who I thought had made the touch, turned to the referee and said, no, I didn't. So great sportsmanship there.
1-0. Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, and one thing that I hope most coaches are doing, Dean, it's a state tournament, everyone wants to win, but at the end of the day, it's a long drive to Wagga for most people. It's a lot of money to come out here, so you need to send every family home happy, don't you?
Exactly.
Getting them a good run.
Exactly.
And if it means it costs your team the win, well, in my opinion, so be it. That's how we'd like to approach it. As they come upfield now, Deakin through Sykes, the captain, This is the last. So what questions can they ask here? Right-hand side now.
Oh, she's through the gap there, I thought. Oh, no, touch was made. Very good touch.
We have the Roosters on the attack. So they're heading to the box. These girls need a spell. They're going to get there in a couple. We always try and make it a goal to make for our team defensively, to make the other team get there in 4.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you really got to try and get there, make it, and have good momentum. And here's 8 going through.
Oh, this is Tomasiu. Oh, she's gone through. That was brilliant. Brilliant work from Ruby Tomasiu. And Alexander Smearley is the one who cashes in on it. But it was all Ruby Tomasiu who went through. And in the end, Smearley picks up a try. And the Roosters skip away. 2 touchdowns to 0. And we've got 14 and a half minutes remaining. Let's go back down to the sideline. Isaac Ryan is there.
Yep, I'm here live. Here, Joel. Yeah, what a great game so far it's been. 2-0, as you said before. Let's see what they can do here on this set.
So young Isaac Ryan, a budding commentator. He's up here in the box with Dean Russell, the general manager of New South Wales Touch, and myself. And it was great to have Gal up here, wasn't it, Dean?
Yeah, it's great, and really appreciate what he said about the organisation, but even more so, his thoughts about the game of touch and the skills that it provides, and the way that it can develop the women's game. And we've been really proud of the women's game in our sport for many, many years. As Deakin, nearly another chance of scoring. It's probably, I reckon, it's the best kept secret in Australian sport that the Australian women's touch team has only ever lost 3 tests.
Is that right?
Only lost 3 tests, and they have not lost a World Cup. We've had 9 World Cups. And,
wow.
And they've won all of them. And,
so the 3 tests, Dean, how many years are you talking?
The first test match would have been 1985.
Wow.
Yep.
So almost 40 years they've lost 3 test matches.
I mean, look, they weren't, to be honest, they weren't regular test matches every year as in the early days, but they did in the 2000s become very regular, especially against our brothers across the ditch, the Kiwis, and that's who's beaten us a couple of times, the 3 times.
Can I tell you why I've fallen in love with touch, Dean? And it's because it's a big regret of mine that I didn't play this Junior State Cup stuff. Like for a rugby league point of view, it is so good for your skills, the agility. I was going to have a year off at the Tigers, and I spent the off-season training with the Cronulla men's team, and I was so fit. And I ran into Tim Sheens and the Tigers out at the Sandhills, and Tim said, "Can you come and train with our boys?" And I lapped them. I'd never been so advanced in my fitness, and it was all on the back of the touch training.
Yeah, and you're right about the regret, I suppose, of not being able to play juniors. I mean, I played a lot of touch through my career as well, but we never had juniors when I grew up playing touch. We just down the park with your old man and your uncles, and that's where you learnt the sport. But would have loved the opportunity to play at this level. And but I'll tell you one thing, like one of the greatest players would play the game, Mark Bus Boland. Him and I, a number of years ago, were just having a conversation at the Junior State Cup. We looked at each other and we said, you know what, if these kids were playing when we were playing, we would never play for Australia. The skills is unbelievable that these youngsters have got.
It is unbelievable. It really is. And the younger stages here are the 10s, and it all starts there. You get blown away when you do actually watch it. So here they come, the Roosters there, hunting for number 3. And you got a sense it might just be about to come, as well as Ava Kuhn has the ball, 7 metres out. Ava's going to drop the ball, goes back to Talia Shapiro, and great defence again here from Deakin. So it's at that stage of the game, Dean. We've got 11 and a half minutes remaining. The Roosters 2 touchdowns to 0 leading Deakin. This next try is everything, isn't it?
Yeah, like we talked earlier about momentum, swings in games, and Deakin, when I was coaching, I always thought 2-0 was the worst lead you could have.
Yeah.
Because if you're up 2-0, you're kind of sailing, but the opposition scores 2-1 and they've got all the momentum and they're at you all the time. And here's an opportunity for Deakin.
Oh, this was a great run. It was a terrific run from Ruby May Vivian. I thought she was almost going to cut there, May Vivian, but they have got them in good field position anyway. Jazz Clark, great name, Jazz. Jazz goes back to the left-hand side. Here's a chance, but it was the 14 claiming the touch. Talia Shapiro, and the Roosters survive. Score remains the Roosters 2 touchdowns to 0 over Deakin. 10 and a half minutes remaining in this one, but Deakin get another chance.
Just bad mistake there from the Roosters. Forward pass coming off their line. That's just where you need cool head. Just get the ball forward. You're 2-0 up with 10 to go. There's a change over in your line. Just get settled. You don't have to jump on the ball straight away and charge downfield. You can build momentum coming off, just settling the play down and just build your momentum. That's how they scored their second touchdown. They drove to the box and built momentum off the sweepers on coming on.
Oh, that's a good charge. She just put the foot down, Jazz Clark, but just got taken down. Speedy Jazz Clark who gets the ball back now. She's got possession. Sykes on her right shoulder, but she opts to go to the left through Holly Cook. Holly Cook sets it up. There's Jazz Clark. There's the quickie. And there's the touch.
And I think it's a missed assignment there. I thought maybe that Holly Cook there might have been meant to dump the ball and break infield because they were sending Sykes across around on the sweeper play, but they ran into each other's hole.
Here comes Sykes, the captain. Drags it back nice. He got the defence up. They've got two there now, so here's a chance. That's what they try and do. Sykes back infield and dives. But if you can get those two middles up in defence, it's alarm bells, isn't it? You're a massive chance.
Yeah, it is. They did everything right there, right up until the last play where they had the two girls, again, running at the same hole. And only needed one of them to hit that hole and the other one to run the outside line to drag the defender away.
Sideline on we go for BALMAIN, Isaac Ryan.
Thank you very much, Joel. Yeah, it's getting to that point where it's do or die for Deakin, but that's a great try scored there.
Great try scored, Dean. I was looking
at
Isaac.
No, it was a great try. It was Chloe Kennard who had just driven down the field, split them open. The defence went both ways, and she was able to turn it outside to Hannah McLennan Pike. But just really good driving down the middle of the field. Just ran at the hole, good speed, and again, that's all about that momentum we were talking about, getting that momentum down the field.
3 tries to 0, or 3 touchdowns they call it in touch. It's a touchdown, not a try. 3 touchdowns to 0, 8.5 minutes remaining. The Roosters and Coach Amanda Schwarko will be happy. So too Clay Studden.
Yes.
How did Maddie go? Did she play a bit of touch? His sister Maddie Studden, of course, we know her of rugby league fame, but...
Very good player, Maddie. She played juniors for Australia, played under-20s for New South Wales. I actually was lucky enough to coach her as well. No bruising, of course.
No bruising.
No bruising. But, yeah, when she was playing Elite 8 for the New South Wales Rebels. Great little attacking player, Maddie. Have all the skills, as you've seen in the WNRL.
So just for the viewers at home, Dean, what's up for grabs here? So where do you need to finish to find yourself at the state finals?
Well, you need to finish first. So the winners go through, the Southern Conference winners. They'll go through and play the Northern Conference winners.
So just the winners go, do they?
Just the winners. And they'll play a best-of-3 game series in Sydney on
right?
March 6th, Sunday, out at the home of New South Wales Touch at the Canterbury Velodrome and Waterworth Park there. So, yeah, the top teams in the state, the winners of each conference in their division, will go through and play a best-of-3 game series.
Wow. Tell me, is that the plan going forward, Dean, or is it a COVID thing that you've got the one team, or what's the plan moving forward?
It came out of COVID, definitely, and we haven't had the opportunity to test it.
Yeah.
Obviously, last year with the Northern Conference being washed out, we didn't have the opportunity to test how that scenario would work out. So at the moment, there's probably mixed views on it from a wide range of people right across our sport. Some believe, you've got to win your conference to play for the state position. There's a theory going around that the 2 grand finalists should progress through as well, because you might have the 2 best teams in the state playing in the same conference.
I don't mind that either.
Yeah, so we'll test it out this year and get the feedback, and if we need to adjust for 2023, we will. And there's the Deakin. The touch was made.
Yeah, I thought Grimman was through.
Yeah, she looked like she got on the outside there, but might have just been the fingertips touch. She didn't complain at all.
Okay, here they come. Oh, close again. This is really gritty defence. I mean, if you can keep that duck egg on the scoreboard, which the Roosters currently have against Deakin, 3 touchdowns to 0, it just really... And at the end of the day, no matter the sport, AFL, rugby league, it's no fluke that those best defensive sides win it.
Always the same, isn't it? Like you talk to people in rugby league, they'll tell you when it gets to the big game, the big dance grand final, those best defensive teams are the ones you look at.
This is great. This is a great run. Was she offside? No. She waited till she got onside and made a great touch.
Even the Super Bowl last minute, decided by 2 great defensive plays by Aaron Donald. In any sport, defence counts.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
if you can keep the opposition in a sport like ours to nil, well, you've only got to score one.
Did you like our Player of the Tournament award, the Dale? It's not the best, necessarily the best player, but it's the player who gave the best to the team.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's very good. And really the naming of it, and after Dale Finucane, I think that's a really good example for young players to follow. And setting the right culture up within that group.
So it's all little things about if you're coming off the field, you're sprinting off because it's not about you anymore. It's get your mate onto the field. It's when the ball's going away from you in defence, you're following, you're not bunnying off. And those little 1%ers.
Knowing your role in the team, knowing what you do best and what your contribution is to making the result win.
Off the field, if there's a quieter kid or a kid who, involving those sorts of kids, they're the little things we're trying to achieve for the Dale Finucane. Here comes the Roosters. They're looking for try number 4, and they might know. I thought they were about to get it, but it's not the case. It is not the case.
Good wheels from a call-off there from Deakin to run down the attacking spray there that the Roosters went down the left-hand side.
4.5 minutes to go. The Sparman, he's on the live streaming watching on. Good to have your company, Sparman. 4.5 minutes to go. It's the Roosters 3 leading Deakin 0. And Deakin desperate looking for a try. I tell you what, they've been competitive and they're going to... there's not going to be too many better sides of the Roosters. I wouldn't have thought they'll run into Dean.
No, it's a pretty good division, actually, the girls' 18s. I mean, obviously the Sharks are up there, the Roosters are up there. WAGGA's a very good team. Orange 18 girls, a very good team. It's going to be a really hotly contested division, this one.
How many teams in total? Do you know the number?
174 here.
174?
174 this weekend. So
I'll tell you what we've done with our team, and we may or may not achieve it, Dean, and it's irrelevant, really, but as long as they chase it, that's the main thing. I thought there was 150, and I said to the boys, I reckon there's 150 teams here, boys. I'm going to put a challenge for you. I want you boys to have the fewest tries in the defensive column out of the whole 150. But as you say, it's 174.
174. It's going to be even better as the Roosters go through again.
They certainly do. It was Tomascu. Ruby Tomascu. She's been great, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's had a really strong game, both attack and defence, but not just the defensive work she's doing on her own line. Some of the defensive work she's done midfield has been fantastic.
Sideline, on we go. Isaac Ryan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what a try scored there by the Roosters. And well, they've definitely won this game well and truly. Congratulations to them for the win. But let's see the way that they can finish this game off, Deakin.
Okay, so it is 4 touchdowns to nil, 2.5 minutes remaining. Stay with us here on the live streaming. We've got Orange taking on Griffith here in the main stadium at WAGGA. That's in about 8 minutes or so. Geez, they've done a great job, I reckon, Orange. WAGGA's done a great job. These little pockets, and you spoke about sleeping giants. The NRL clubs have got it. I'd be heading out to Orange. I'd be heading out to WAGGA. There's a great pipeline out there.
Well, they certainly, and it kind of raises that age-old argument, should the NRL clubs, especially in New South Wales, actually have sister clubs out in New South Wales Country Rugby League. There's an intercept off the line.
Oh, here they go, upfield. They're charging away. This is going to be try number 5. The further she goes, the further she just careers away and dives in the corner. You beauty. I'm looking for the number, and it is at the furthest end from us, but that was a beautiful try, and it may be Tomascu again, is it? Is it Ruby Tomascu?
I think it might be Ava Munro.
Ava Munro, take a bow.
Number 4, I think it was, but also special mention there to Ruby May Vivian from Deakin. She's chased from all the way over the other side of the field and trying to run her down. Gets back to what you're talking about, those 1%ers and doing the best for your team. Could have quite easily just turned and looked and said, I'm no chance of getting there, but she put the big ones in to get across there and at least try and put the pressure on.
Aliyah Ibrahim was the try scorer. Well done to Aliyah Ibrahim. It was very hard to see from us at the other end of the field, but the number 1 it was, Aliyah Ibrahim, who ran the journey and scored the try, which takes the Roosters to 5. 5 touchdowns to nil over the Deakin side. Here come the Roosters again. They're hungry. They want another one here. And they want to get another one through the number 9, who Jessie McRae tries to claim one, but the Deakin side have claimed her. They were offside, though. What do you think? We'll go down to the touchline, Isaac Ryan. There's 45 seconds left. We're going to see another try or not?
I'm not sure, but for the fans, yes, we will.
Okay, Isaac Ryan says try. What do you reckon, Dean? 37 seconds remaining.
I'm going to go with the defence. We talked about how important defence is, so I'm going to back the defence in here.
Okay, well, they've got an opportunity out on the left if they want to get it there. It was really condensed defence for Deakin. 5 touchdowns to nil, but I've got to say it hasn't felt like a 5-0 game. They've been right in this, Deakin. Here they come. They want to get 6. Oh, McRae, I think that was.
Oh, no, he's going to award it.
McRae, Jessica McRae gets it, and Isaac Ryan, the people's champion, has got it right.
I sure have. Yeah, well, that was a great try, although I felt like she might have got touched. It's a try. Ball down.
No, I'm back in it, Joel. I thought I was going to lose 1-0.
Protest.
It's a protest. They've ruled forward pass.
Okay.
I thought the score was going to be 6-0 to the Roosters and 1-0 to Isaac Ryan.
Yes.
But, I'm back in. It's 1-0 to Dean over Isaac. Well done.
Yeah, 5-0. 5-0. Well done to the Roosters. Well done to Coach Amanda Swako and, of course, Clay Studden. They'd be very happy with that. Deakin, they'll take some positives out of that as well. Coming up in a few minutes, we might take a little brief break. We're taking breaks here, Dean?
Yep, we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time.
Orange taking on Griffith in the under-18 girls. We appreciate your company at home.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
Always have something to do. So if you see something not there, Welcome back to the coverage here live at WAGGA, the stadium. Nice crowd, brilliant crowd, in fact, brilliant day as we welcome the coverage to you. Orange in the 18 girls taking on Griffith, the 18 girls, and Ricky Hetherington joins me for the next couple of games. How are you, Rick?
Good, jolly yourself, mate.
Going all right, mate. My brother Ricky, you don't see too many Rickies around these days, do you?
No, you don't. It's a bit of an uncommon name at the moment. Yeah.
He just went to the Super Bowl.
Nice, lucky him.
Never been overseas, and he went, you know what?
Why not?
Why not? Here's the tap off for Griffith. And right answer. Are you still involved in New South Wales Touch?
No, I've left New South Wales Touch a couple of years ago to take up basketball as a working, to let me coach more and be more involved at touch level. So yeah.
You got the Parramatta 16 boys. We'll talk about that in a moment. As here comes the Griffith girls. They're on the charge, and it was a terrific run there from the number 6 Ella Morrissey. So the Orange. I tell you what, Ricky, you would have noticed this with your time at New South Wales Touch. And hello to all those at Orange, Griffith, great towns. I used to live at Lake Cargelligo outside of Griffith many, many years ago. But in particular, Orange, Jesus, a fast-growing town as far as athletes are concerned, isn't it?
Yeah, they have, especially in their touch club, they've put a lot of effort into their junior development and they're making a lot of sacrifice. They come to the Vorden Cup the last couple of years in the youth league divisions and leave at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon and get in the bus and drive all the way down and all the way back in the night. So it's a big effort from them, and they're paying dividends at junior level too.
Here they come. Griffith, almost went through. Nice touch. Well, for those who don't know the Vorden Cup, those watching at home, and many might be family members just watching this the first time. So what Ricky's just explained is the Orange kids, they will go from Orange, which might be 3.5 hours, to Sydney on a Friday afternoon every week.
Yep, to play one game.
To play one game?
One game.
Wow.
It's a big effort, and they're paying dividends in their junior teams, as I said, so hopefully they show a bit more today.
Lucy Dean. Can I say something to you, Ricky, which I get bamboozled in touch. If I said to you, do you know what a rooster is? Would you know what a rooster is?
I definitely know what a rooster is, mate.
For my own simple little mind, why does every team call it a rooster?
No, it's just the same. I don't know. Some people don't call it a rooster. They try to change it, but
we don't.
It's just the most common name it's been. That was the first person who ever read it, called it a rooster, and it's never been that for ever in a day.
But everyone knows. If you say rooster, they know what you're about to do.
I know. And the thing you've seen in the boys lately is they put the ball in front of it, trying to whisper to each other behind the ball what they're going to do and run the rooster, and it's just interesting.
We call it a sharky. We're the Sharks. We're not going to call it a rooster.
Mate, I've seen. Don't worry, the Roosters this morning in one game, they just kept the only play they ran all day.
Is that right?
Rooster play, like,
by name and by nature.
Yeah, exactly.
By name and by nature. Okay, here comes Orange, who have the ball. And they're only about 5 minutes out. First try might be coming here, you just sense. Right-hand side, it comes away to the 8, now the 5. They shift it wide. Lucy Dean got a beautiful pass away to the winger. But the Griffith side, they're just having a little chat about as to how to rule. They get the penalty. I just get a feeling here, Ricky, points are about to come.
Yeah, they are, especially with the side that Orange have on at the moment. They got the Prestwich sisters, the triplets from Orange.
Is that right?
The triplets, yep. They're all on the same team together.
Oh, here they come. And that was one of the Prestwich sisters, was it?
Yep, one of the 3. They're all out there together. So you got the 6 Rebecca and the 8 Caitlin and the 9 Hayley. They're all 3 triplets. They've all played together for a very long time. And their dad, Glenn, is the coach of the side as well. And they've played together.
Right. Are they identical, the girls?
I think 2 are very, very similar and one's a little bit different.
Yeah, wow. Well done. You don't see many triplets, do you, these days? But
no, so I think Caitlin and Hayley, the 8 and the 9, they're nearly identical, and Rebecca's a little bit different.
Right. She's got long hair, hasn't she, Caitlin?
Yeah, they do. They all have long hair, and it's one thing I don't like sometimes with girls touch. They have long hair, and you can't see the numbers, and you can't see each other.
That's right. That's right. So, anyway, Griffith get a chance to respond. It is 1-0. 1 touchdown to nil. Orange, who lead the girls from Griffith. Left-hand side now, long cut-out ball, but just under pressure. They cough it up, and the score remains 1 touchdown to nil. 4 minutes gone in this match. Oh, here's a young girl walking. You can't see her on the screen, of course, but has her arm in a sling. You're going to get a few injuries at these tournaments of such scale, aren't you?
You've got to get lucky to have an injury-free tournament from all your players, and it is critical. If you get an injury, you can hurt your momentum as a team.
Ricky, what do you reckon the play is? If you had to take a wild stab at the play, in fact, we'll stay with the play for the time being. Here's a chance. Oh, they've got a big chance here. In fact, they're going to score. They shift it wide, and Lily Martin picks up number 2 for Orange. 2 touchdowns to nil. The girls from Orange lead the girls from Griffith.
Yeah, beautiful little play there from Orange, coming out of the middle on a scoop and just found extra numbers on the wing. Nice try in the corner. Orange looking pretty strong there, and they're coming off a loss in the grand final last year in this division, so they're looking to go one better this year. So hopefully they can, and they put some pressure on some of the big city teams.
The voice of Ricky Hetherington, you hear, a coach of the Parramatta 16 boys and a doyen of touch football. If you were going in blind, what would you say is the play that has led to the most tries? Have you got a guess on that?
Depends. A lot of the Rooster play is one of the ones that they get a lot of tries out. It's got a lot of variations off it. But that and the sweeper play, they're the two plays that, especially at young age, if you get them two teams to do those two plays, they're going to get a lot of tries or create a lot of opportunities for tries.
I'll tell you a good lesson for coaches, and this is no matter what you're coaching, you've just got to be open-minded and invite other people's opinion. We actually won. I won't give this person away, but I said to somebody, oh, here we go, they're in for number 3. They're in for number 3, and I think you'll find that that's another try scored to Lily Martin. I think Lily Martin's got a double. In fact, no, she's going back on the field. We'll get the number very, very shortly, but they're careering away early. 5.5 gone in this one. Orange, 3 touchdowns to nil of Griffith. What was I talking about?
No idea.
No.
Sharing of knowledge.
Sharing of knowledge as a coach. So I said to a coach, I'd coached this certain age group before, and, I've asked about 30 people to arrive at my game plan. Would you like to share it with me? And the response was, you coach your team, champ, and I'll coach mine. And I thought,
No, I'm a big advocate. Even when I do run coaching courses for New South Wales, I always say the best thing to do as a coach is to ask other coaches, talk to other coaches, find out what's going on, and then get all the information, then make the plan to the players you've got. But gain a lot more information from other coaches. Don't be a closed book, be an open book. That's the way our sport becomes better. If everyone's open and transparent with everybody and looking at the best thing for the sport.
Okay, so Orange are chasing number 4, and they set it up now, and swooping across goes Josie Clark. Josie Clark slicks it out to Martin. Martin got away from one, but the link comes to the rescue and makes the touch on the last. Dummy half is Airlie Mason. Back away to, well played. Well played, finding the wing. Yep. They can collapse in defence, and it's a long way from the box for Griffith from here, isn't it?
Exactly right. That's the place you want to put it if you're Orange all the time if you can. And Griffith, a bit of trouble, you're getting out of trouble. Orange really trying to press up here and really take the early metres off. Touch one's critical in touch. Well, you get good touch one, you're going to get good flow. But Griffith's struggling. He needs to be touch 4 just before halfway.
Oh, that's a good run. Gee, that's a good run. But just got overtaken and then no dummy half. So that undoes all that run from Abby Brill. Tell you what, we don't mind doing, Ricky. I mean, you're speaking to Ricky Hetherington, coaching the 16 boys Parramatta. We actually don't mind dropping it on the wing side of their box. So many teams practice the swooping play to get there.
Exactly, yeah.
When you go on their box side, they get a little bit rattled.
Some teams do get a bit rattled when they don't know what to do. Normally they get it in the middle of the field or away from their box. It's a lot easier to get to your transition to your box. But you can get jammed up if you do get on the box side, on your box side changeover. It's a bit of a cheap turnover, but you can put a lot of defensive pressure.
Oh, Rebecca Presswich, she just slides under. She's got the try. Beautiful. So Rebecca Presswich has the try. Was it Caitlin who got one a little bit earlier?
Yes, Caitlin got the one earlier, the number 8.
So over to you, Hayley. Hayley, the triplet, 2 of the triplets have got one. And the score ticks along.
I'm sure they'll mention it to her if it gets back into the game, and she hasn't got one yet, Hayley. So see what she does, but Orange is just going for, they haven't really put the foot down yet. They're just going through the motions and doing what they need to do to win.
174 teams are here in WAGGA, Dean said.
Yeah, it's a big number. It's a big number of teams, and I think it's about the same next weekend as well up at Port Macquarie.
Is it pretty fairly balanced, is it?
I think so. I think there might be a few more up north now, but they are very similar in numbers.
And just repeating that the winner of each conference will play Rebecca Presswich back inside. And
here's Hayley.
Here's Hayley. Hayley's chasing.
Well, she's looking for a quickie here.
She's looking for the quickie. It goes back now to Annabelle Harrison. Harrison goes back inside. That was brilliant. Change of direction. They slide over and they take their score to 5 touchdowns to nil. 5 touchdowns to nil. Orange extend their lead.
I think that was Caitlin Presswich getting the try. So she's got a double. Rebecca's got one. Hayley's still on the donut.
She'll get one.
Yeah, 100%. She looked dangerous then. I reckon if she dived at line, she probably gets the call. And probably on Sunday afternoon she does dive in. But early on Friday, you just want to be careful, not risk yourself if you don't have to.
Tell you what, they've done a great job with the streaming, haven't they, New South Wales Touch? Like many people can't get to these events for whatever reasons, be it COVID or whatever. And to be able to, get this to the people at home is fantastic. As Griffith Gee, that's good defence from Orange, isn't it?
Yeah, they just really chasing them into the corner there. Nearly no pressure on Orange. They just defended in their policy, pulled the short side. That's all they needed to do.
Alrighty, to the left-hand side, Griffith working away through Tessie Muller. And they hand the ball over. So it's been gritty from Griffith, but staunch defence from Orange. They're powering upfield. I like this. I really like this. Charge up to the middles, get them under the pump. Yeah, nice little wrap around as well, if you don't mind. Then they shifted away from Clark. Clark got it out wide. She found Hope Gibson. But it was good footy to watch, wasn't it?
It was, and something a bit different we haven't seen. A lot of teams today have just gone to the box every time. Orange seem to want to drive the ball a bit more through the middle of the field, and it's sort of caught Griffith unaware of it and just getting them under the pressure.
I told Dean, and we've actually, I studied all the grand finals of both Northern and Southern. And what I worked out in the big games as Orange go forward, it takes on average about 3.8 touches to get to the box. And I thought, you know what, I think there's a better way. So we've actually gone into this state cup. We don't do any box sets. We do subsets. We've got a way to get our kids off. We don't do any box sets. As they score another one, Orange dive over. And that try was scored by Josie Clark, who was very, very instrumental in the lead up to the last little half gap they made. But well done to Josie Clark, and hello to the Clark family back at Orange if you're listening and watching. Yeah, we've sacked the box sets. We are just, Harvey Norman's advertising is always on. We are always on at the middles.
Nice.
Always on at the middles. You know what I don't like about it? What I do like about it, as far as the reason it came in, it would have been quite effective. But since then, everyone learns to defend it now.
Yeah, exactly.
So, anyway, we're rolling the dice. We'll find out on Sunday whether it was the right way to go or not.
Yeah, there's a lot of clubs. Like the Dawson Club made it famous. That's what everyone calls it, the doilo drop box pattern in net. But there is teams starting to have a little variations off it, which are hurting teams. Because everyone thinks it's the same thing, but there's a little variations that are hurting teams. But Orange are not doing it. They're just trying to drive through the middle and really just put the sword to Griffith right now.
Well, they're doing that at the moment. 6 touchdowns to 0. And there's still 13 minutes. They'll be thinking double figures. So Lucy Dean drops the ball down. Sliding through. Caitlin Presswich has got a hat-trick.
No, double. Yeah, hat-trick for Caitlin. Haley, still with nothing.
Caitlin's got a hat-trick. All eyes on the number 9. If you're a triplet, you can't have one of your sisters get a hat-trick, the other one get one, and I think she'll feature predominantly very shortly. But the score, 7 touchdowns to 0. 7 touchdowns to 0. It is Orange leading Griffith, 12.5 minutes remaining.
The scary thing is, Joel, I don't think Orange have actually got out of 3rd or 4th gear. They haven't gone to top gear yet. They haven't shown all of it. They're just going through what's offered to them at the moment. And you don't win the comp on Friday afternoon, mate. You don't. But you can definitely lose them on Friday. You've got to be in the hunt, and that's all they're doing, Orange.
They've got the odds and evens defence happening at the moment. Where
it's a massitive thing in girls' touch. The odds and evens defence in girls is huge. Boys, they don't seem to do it as much, especially as they get older. They just sort of back their foot speed and a bit more structure. But girls, the odds and evens are the thing.
Yeah, our boys are big on that. What it does is it takes the tip on out, because if you shoot up as one person, you've got the tip on. But here they come again. This is the driving up the middle we like to see, and this is through Sophie Banks. Banks drops the ball down. They're under the pump here, Griffith. Hope Gibson gets the ball back away to Banks, and Banks has got Gibson behind her. Gibson gives it back to Banks, and Banks cashes in. So Sophie Banks picks up try number 8 for Orange. 11.5 minutes. Sophie Banks scored the try, but it was the lead-up play, wasn't it, Ricky, where they just had him under the pump?
It was a beautiful drive there, and they just kept driving. No box set, straight through the middle, and it's just Griffith can't handle the tempo at the moment.
8 tries to 0. 8 touchdowns to 0. 11.5 minutes remaining. Geez, they do it well, don't they, these events? Ricky, I know you've been a big part of it in the past. It is clockwork. If a game starts at 8 a.m, it's starting, not a second pass.
Exactly right. That's what they're really good at, and that's what people want. They want the game to start on time, no matter what. Just hit the hooter, and teams aren't ready to play. And I remember one time in a junior state cup, we hit the hooter at 8 o'clock, and 4 games started on time. The rest of the teams are just dawdling out, and they lost game time. You've got to be out there ready to go. No point waiting, because if you're late on game 1, you're going to be late end of the day, and it just hurts you. Everyone wants to get home at the end of the day, so.
Of course, on finals day, what happens is the score, the first try is worth 3.
Yep.
And every other try is worth 2. And the reason being for that, it takes out the draws, unless, of course, you get the situation which was the grand final of the 12 boys last year, What's the only way you can have a draw?
Nil all.
Nil all.
Nil all be joint winners in the 12 and 10s and 12s division.
Try number 9. They're about to get double figures here, Orange. They score in the corner. And we'll get a jumper number on that very, very shortly. 10 minutes remain. This is a big score.
Yeah, they're just Griffith just not showing as much fight as I thought they would going through this game, and Orange just doing what they have to do, not really being flashy, just really gritty and just prepared to drive, and get the opportunities back end.
Annabelle Harrison, I believe, was the try scorer here. 9 touchdowns to 0. And very, very important for your pool. The coach, Glenn Presswich, he'll want to keep the foot down because for and against could be a major factor.
It would be in the 18s because they don't have a round of 16 game. They go straight to quarters, so it's a big thing for 18s divisions. They need to have the big games. They need to have good scores. If they can put a big score on, put the foot to the throw and put it through them, and really could be a difference at the end of the day.
And what they also have in the 18 girls, on Saturday there's a time slot which is TBC. So there's 5 in the pools. So what they do is they all play each other once. And then there's a TBC game, which is the 5th game.
Yeah.
Whoever's running first gets the extra bye.
Yeah.
And then second plays 5th, third versus 4th.
Yeah. And that can be very critical. If you can get an extra break in a game, take it and be really beneficial for you. But some teams don't like that. They just rather keep playing. So interesting to see how that all works. But 18's division very critical. And another try from Orange.
Well, the funny thing is, in my daughter's case, she's in the under-18 Sharks team. If they have the bye on the Saturday, so if they actually finish first, they won't play at all on Saturday, which may be a gift or may not be.
Yeah.
But that's the game. That's the whole thing. The tournament, you can play in the gala days where you play 2 or 3 games. You think, oh, we're placed here, but when you get the tournament, it's very different, isn't it, Ricky?
Yeah, you don't know because at gala days, teams they don't show everything. They only show especially if they're going to play that team down here. They don't show a lot. I know myself at a gala, I pretty much just do little basics and get a little things. I don't show a lot of what we can actually do.
You get, I know it's the case with, like Nathan Feen's a great coach and he coaches the Wollongong side. And we've now played them already in our preparation 3 times. And we beat them this morning, but I don't really want to play him again because he's seen us enough and he's a very smart coach.
Yeah.
So here comes the BALMAIN. Oh, the pass goes wide. It goes on the chest of Marley Cardwell. And Marley Cardwell...
When she stepped out.
Well, she went out. So the score remains 10 touchdowns to 0. 7.5 minutes remaining in this particular event. Coming up next here on the live streaming for New South Wales Touch, it is the 18 girls. In fact, it's not the 18 girls there. What have we got coming up?
Could be the BALMAIN and Parramatta, I'm pretty sure.
BALMAIN and Parramatta. BALMAIN and Parramatta. So we look forward to that. Peter Langmack. He's the coach of the Parramatta side.
Yep.
Richard Stone, the coach of the BALMAIN side. With the 18 girls. Oh, there we go.
Lovely.
Denied moments ago. This time, Cardwell can't be denied. And Cardwell with the 0 on her back takes her side to 11. 11 touchdowns to 0, and there is still 7 agonising minutes left if you're from Griffith.
Yeah, it's not a good thing for Griffith, but Orange are just doing what they have to do and really just finishing well. That's been the critical thing. They've created a lot of opportunities, but you've got to finish those opportunities, Joel. You can't leave them out there, especially in games that can hurt you.
So upfield they go and plonk down on the right-hand side. They scoop across. There's a 6 for Griffith. And that is Ella Morrissey. Goes back away to Tanea Coe. Cut out ball away, but again the defence. It's just up in their face. Jasmine Griffith on this occasion. And they win back possession. 11 touchdowns to 0. 6 minutes remaining in this particular match. Just repeating Parramatta coming up against BALMAIN. Good driving. This often leads to points. When you keep peppering those middles, you saw there with the number 12, she was Sophie Banks. She went back in to find the middle, and you got them on the back foot. So Josie Clark goes through. She flicks the pass away to India Cross, and India Krause has scored in the corner, and that makes it a dozen. A dozen for Orange. 12 points to 0, 12 touchdowns to 0. Orange leading Griffith.
Yeah, another great set there from the Orange girls. Just went nice and direct through the middle of the field, and just Josie Clark had him up, and she said, "See you later, I'm gone." Got in the backfield and really, it's a nice try there from Orange. They've scored some really nice tries, Orange. Nothing too fancy, nothing, just good hands and good footwork through the middle.
Left-hand side, Griffith. A little quickie there. Back inside, and it comes back to the 3, and that's Alana Starr. So they shift it away through Kelsey. Kelsey, long pass to the 7, which is Rossetto. And they're only 5 metres out, so Griffith, can they finally break this orange wall, which is orange? 12 points to nil.
They look a bit lost, the Griffith girls. They're just not sure how to quite get it.
Lara Rossetto dive through.
Offside, I think. Got a penalty for offside, so here they go again, Griffith. See how they set up this time.
Tell you another club emerging, BALMAIN. Haven't they improved over the last 5 or 10 years?
Yeah, there's a lot of clubs really starting. A couple of years ago, it was the 3 or 4 big clubs, and that was it. But now there's a lot more clubs vying for titles, and it's down to their junior development. They've got a couple of people in each club who are really just putting a lot of effort into junior development, and that's the key.
Ricky Hetherington, the caller here. That's a nice skilled press switch. Back inside, she found a sister, Caitlin Presswidge. Now they've got him under the pump. Here they go. They're charging through. It's Hayley Presswidge. The triplets have got a try each, have they?
Oh, no. No, he's called.
Oh,
the try.
Hayley almost joined her sisters.
No, she got it. They give her the try.
Oh, she got the try.
Got the try. It was very close from the Griffith. I thought she might have just got there, but referee on the spot says nut balls down first. And Hayley Presswidge on the board. All the Presswidges have now scored a try in this game.
Yeah, well, they've got 13 touchdowns, Orange. Caitlin Presswidge has 3. Hayley's now got 1, and so too does Rebecca Presswidge. So they've been very dominant.
They're the keys. Them 3 and Josie Clark, they're the 4 big guns from the Orange team, and I expect to see them tomorrow afternoon on Sunday really put their stamp on this competition. 13-0.
Wow. It's a big, big score. Well, that's right-hand side, they're still trying hard. Ella Morrissey flicks it, dummies, goes.
Yeah, Griffith are just trying hard. They just can't quite make that opportunity stick.
Oh, take you off. Oh, sharp footwork. Wasn't it in the end from Morrissey, but the defence sound as a pound again from Orange.
Overlap here if they can.
Oh, here we go, charging through, and she's away. Sophie Banks, they're chasing. Oh, that's a terrific chase. It was the 12-on-12. It was Abby Fedrigo from nowhere who reeled in Banks, but they're not finished yet. Here's the girl you refer to, and that's Josie Clark. She goes back to Banks. Here's the Rooster play. Yes, it is. They scoop around, and she's just got the ball down. She saw the opportunity. Clark slammed it down, and that's a try for mine.
There's that Rooster play we talked about earlier, Joel. It is a very popular play, and a lot of teams do run it. And run well there by Josie Clark. That's the first option. That's what team players don't do. They don't go at the line trying to score on the wrist. They all want to pass because it looks fancy.
Do you reckon most tries are scored by the Rooster runner, the person running it?
If more players committed to it, it would be.
Yeah.
But people just want to pass because it looks pretty.
Yeah.
And I'm not always for the pretty. I want them to do hard work. Drive at the line, get the cheap try. Don't worry about the fancy try.
Yeah.
All worth 1 point, mate.
That's exactly right. Tell you what I reckon just on the diving. In fact, we'll get through this set here and see if Griffith can ask some big questions as Sophia Kelsey has it only about 7 metres out. Hope you're enjoying the live streaming here at WAGGA for New South Wales Touch, who have just done an impeccable job again, as they always do. 7 metres out on the attack here now, and it goes back inside, and it's Sophia Kelsey, but the defence is strong. Driving ahead, and they're going to pepper the middle here again. In fact, they scoop it around. Now, what I was going to say is I reckon the rugby league teams could learn a thing or two about the diving. So in touch football, you're taught to dive well before the line because you know that you're going to get there.
Yeah.
You see a lot of rugby league players, they have a try denied because they've tried to go too far in goal.
Yeah, exactly. Get the ball to the line, that's the key. And you've seen a lot more. I swear some of the NRL wingers have been watching our sport for the last couple of years. The tries that they're scoring now as wingers, we've been scoring in touch football then for probably the last 10 years. They haven't been happening, and the wingers are now starting to see the effects of that, especially when now the corner post is now null and void pretty much in the rugby league.
What does corner post mean here? Touch, you know?
No, play on.
Play on. So here they go. Caitlin, away long pass. It was Hayley, in fact. Hayley Presswidge.
Bit rushed there from Orange. It's the first time they sort of just didn't quite let the play develop, and he sort of tried to rush it. But
it's a challenge, isn't it?
At 14-0, don't expect much else.
No, 30 seconds to go. Ricky, the challenge for the coaches is you're playing 2 or 3 games back to back. It's hard to keep them up the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, with the 18s and the 16s, it seems to be a little bit easier, but the younger age group, especially the 10s and 12s, like it's nearly impossible for 3 games.
Have you got a plan to sort of manage it through?
With our 16s, we just try to, at stages, just slow the tempo of the game down if we can, if we have to. If we have the ability to, if we're up by a couple, we just slow the tempo of the game down and sometimes just take a win at 4-1 when it could be 5-1 or 6-1. Just take the 4-1 and save some legs if we can. That's the process we're sort of gone with. But at stages, if you can slow the game down as much as you can, at different stages, it's going to work. And another try there by Orange, and I think that was Haley Presswich with a double.
Haley Presswich with a double, right on the bell. So well done to Orange. 15 touchdowns to nil. 15-0. Orange have prevailed in the 18 girls over the Griffith side. We hope you're enjoying the streaming. We're going to have a little brief break, and we'll be back with it's a big match coming up. It is the Parramatta Eels taking on the BALMAIN Tigers in the under-18 girls.
Ladies and referees, 3 minutes into kickoff. We'll get you next round to see us. We'll be coming off in a 3-minute time.
the 18 girls, the last game went the way of Orange, 15-0. 15 touchdowns to 0. That's a massive score. Congratulations to Orange. And now the attention turns to a big game. This is Balmain taking on Parramatta. So this will be an interesting one here, Balmain and Parramatta. Try and get some results up. They do the music good up here too, don't they, Ricky?
Yeah, they do. They really do it really well and get the good music and gets her on a pump, so it's good. And they give a bit of music for the old people too, not just the kids.
No, exactly right.
Everything.
So Balmain they played WAGGA. They were defeated 9-1. And the form line for Parramatta, they had a 4-2 loss to Orange, but what we both just saw from Orange, the form line's pretty handy there. So
yeah, exactly.
Parramatta might be well placed here. Yeah, they had a 5-4 loss. So Parramatta, they're chasing their first win of the day, but to be fair, they've had 2 tricky games.
Yeah, this pool's a very tough pool. They've got a lot of quality sides in it. Balmain, Parramatta and Orange and WAGGA, all really good sides, and it's tough to come out of this pool.
Peter Langmack, the coach, so they slide across here, Balmain. And they're going to hand it over on the wing, which is, as we mentioned earlier, it's a lovely place to put the ball down. Peter Langmack, the coach of Parramatta. And they're going to head straight to the box of Para Girls. And she's done a good job here, this girl. She got them there very, very quickly. That was a nice run from Olivia Ivanek, who will be fired up. Oh, sprinting away. There's some sharp feet from Mia Rogers. She's dummy half. She can't score, but guess who can? Keely Stevens. Keely Stevens scores a try for Parramatta. And the touchdown, we've had a minute gone. And Parramatta 1, lead Balmain 0.
Yeah, good set there from the Parramatta girls. Just really flowed through their box pattern, found the nice dump at the back end of it. Mia Rogers played the Origin Series last year in the women's 20s and found a clean pair of heels, and then found an open Keely Stevens for the first try of the game.
So Balmain now head northbound, and that pass looked a little forward, but they got away with it on that occasion. Presley Large, so they're only about 15 metres out now as it comes from Makalita Zamet, and now they're charging to the line, and Zamet's pinched about a metre out from the goal line, but she retreats to the 7. Back to Zamet. Zamet surveying her options. She's got a dummy half there, pounces on it. Zamet goes back to her, but she just couldn't get there in great defence online. As I mentioned, Parramatta, none from 2, but they've had a horror draw. So I think they'll be coming to this desperate to get their first win. Classy play here upfield.
Yeah, good play there from Keely Stevens. Touch one again, critical. Good metres. They'll be looking for another little middle striked up at the back end, I'd say.
As Lily Doyle, Alana Shield, has a bit of a spell running up. Oh, this is good running, good charging upfield from Olivia Ivanek. And they come away to the left-hand side, Balmain. Got 2 defenders up, which was nice play from them. They look as though they want to go to the box. A few girls charging off now.
Yeah, Parramatta put a bit of pressure on. They got their odds and even set and got up. Put a lot of pressure on Balmain and caused a mistake. So the Parramatta girls will go to work here at the 7 very shortly.
So heading upfield here, and Mia Rogers, who was predominant in the last try. Here comes upfield through Yasmin Aloisio. And Yasmin, she's the club captain, Yasmin Aloisio.
Yes,
she's got the ball. She's taking them on. She wants to go back away to the 13. Oh, Jackie Sneesby. Jackie Sneesby has scored the try, but it was all set up in the end by Aloisio. And Parramatta take it to 2. 2 touchdowns to 0. 21.5 minutes remaining in the clash in the 18 girls between the Parramatta Eels and the Balmain Tigers.
Yeah, good play there by Yasmin. With the quickie play, it's her favourite go-to play. And just found an open Jackie Sneesby for a touchdown. So Parramatta looking good early, and they've got to get that first win on the board. They'll get some confidence out of that. They can't bring it back tomorrow.
Emma Walsh played that ball. Balmain, Dean and I were talking about when you lead 2-0, the next try is everything, isn't it? As they take off upfield through Griffin. Griffin got the pass out the back. If you can just get the 3, you get that level of comfort, don't you?
Yeah, it gives you a bit of confidence and can keep you good. So Parramatta girls will be looking, I'd say, a box set coming here from the Parramatta girls, knowing the structure they like to play. We're looking to find the middle, and they'll be shifting to this box side. But Balmain trying to put a bit of pressure on, really pressing up.
Yeah, they're all charging off here, Parramatta. Not a bad defensive set, really, for Balmain. They've made them really earn it, and now 7 on the field.
Yep, that's the one thing I've seen. I've seen it a lot today. Centre field being called and referees are all over it. It was because the BALMAIN put pressure on the early touches, really got up. Parramatta struggled to get the box and they just couldn't get the changes quite right.
2 touchdowns to 0. Parramatta in command. Gee, no one's on the field. BALMAIN got 2 players on the field.
Yeah, they're trying to sub, and I don't know why you're subbing there. I think you just got to take the attack on there and try to attack yourself. You waste a couple of touches trying to get to your box for no reason.
So Parramatta there exclusively going to the box at this end of the field. Oh, that's brilliant play. That's what you need to do. And it was a play from Yasmin Aloisio, who just broke them up a little bit. Keely Stevens involved. She scored a try already for Parramatta. Back away now to Yasmin Aloisio. Back to Stevens. So they're really working this upfield. Aloisio looks to set it up, drags up the defence, goes down for Stevens. Now Aloisio, she'll look back. Oh, Aloisio will go herself. Yasmin scores. Parramatta have 3. 19 and a half minutes remaining.
Beautiful try there from Yasmin. Another quickie play from her. She's really...
Hang on. Look, we've got a coach here on the sideline here. Peter Langmack. Just focus on the game, Pete. 3 touchdowns to 0. 19 and a half to go.
Parramatta really showing really good urgency in the first 5 minutes, and it's really played dividends for them. So hopefully they can keep it up and get momentum going forward.
So Balmain 3. Well, they've got to catch up 3. It's 3-0 in favour of the blue and gold. You know what I reckon, Ricky? Do you support Parramatta or?
No, mate, I'm a Knights fan.
You're a Knights fan?
I'm a Knights boy.
I reckon the Parramatta Eels are a sneaky chance this year.
Oh, mate, I reckon their premiership window, which everyone talks about, I think it's closing. It's closing for them. And their chance is this year, I reckon. They're probably the last one. They may have one more year, but I just don't see it.
Totally agree.
Losing Reid Marnie next year is going to hurt them. That's a big thing.
The thing, okay, here's a little sweep play coming up here for Parramatta, and the girl sweeping around was Cameron Cardi, and Cameron gets picked off, but they continue to dominate field position, Parramatta. They're completing, getting to the other end, and they're quite condensed. I love seeing the condensed defence. With the odds and evens. 3 go up, and they're going to come up again. So there's 2 to get to the box, put the pressure on, but to their credit, Balmain, they kept the pass. Yeah, I totally agree. I just think their last game of the year, Ricky, the Parramatta Eels, they played Penrith. It was a try apiece. Penrith lose Matt Burton, who was so good in the grand final. They lose Capewell and others. In fact, here come Balmain through the middle. She is the dummy half and tried to get the pass away, but Parramatta have knocked it off, and they'll go back to the 7. So their last game of the year was a try apiece with the ultimate premiers, and that was without Reid Marnie.
Yeah, it was very impressive, that game. I thought it was the one thing Parramatta lacked that year, is just being able to go set for set, really dominate through the middle with teams. But in that game, they did. And it's suppressing something I haven't seen from Parramatta before. But I think a lot of their attacking flair does come off Reid Marnie's clean, crisp play balls and getting control of that game. And they just missed that. I think if they have that, they win that game.
Here we go. They've got them really on the back foot here. Keely Stevens just marching up the park. How do they make this to the last play? Keely Stevens, dummy half. She can't score. She's got to pass the ball and they make the touch. Well done to Balmain. They were under the pump in that particular set. Score remains 3 touchdowns to 0. 17 minutes remaining in the under-18s clash between the Parramatta Eels and the Balmain Tigers.
Yeah, Parramatta are not letting up here. They are really trying to put Balmain to the sword and really make a difference and help their for and against it. After the 2 tough losses this morning, they're trying to really get the good win and really help their score.
Upfield they come. Just checking the text messages here. And plenty of people listening in on the streaming. We appreciate your company. And watching in through the streaming, in fact. As, they're taken down just short. Tell you, we've seen, a few games here on the stadium have been kept to 0, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's been a bit of it's what you get sometimes in the early round games, is the better teams playing the weaker teams, and they can be kept to 0, and that's the key for all the bigger teams. No matter how many they score, they just want to be zero let in. So that's what Parramatta be concerned. If they can not let tries in, and it really help their front against it.
Parramatta on the hunt for number 4. Parramatta take off. There's a good charge, and this young lady should have been threatening all afternoon. It was a brilliant play. It was Olivia Kohler who just had the pace, the acceleration. They get their try, Parramatta. Kohler with the try assist. That'll take them to 5 touchdowns to 0, I believe. Is it 5 or 4? 5 touchdowns, I think.
I'm pretty sure it's 5 too.
So they've scored the try. Parramatta. Kohler was brilliant. And
it was Yasmin Aloisio who scores the try.
It was Yasmin, the club captain, who scored the try on the back of the brutal acceleration from Olivia Kohler.
Parramatta they're not going to let up here, Parramatta. They're going to want a big difference to make a bit of a statement that they're still in this competition after the 2 tough losses.
There's the Red Rooster, they call that one.
Oh, the Red Rooster.
Will that ever be illegal? What's your views on that?
I've had many discussions with referees about this. I believe it is honestly, it's illegal. You're running behind your attacking player, like it's not on.
It can be very effective though, can't it?
It can be. It's not. The boys don't tend to use it as much. The girls, it's a big thing in the girls' game. Yeah. They love the Red Rooster, the girls.
Okay, the Parramatta Eels are loving this 4-0 lead. 4-0 as they get towards the post. Well, there's no post. They charge up. There's no post. No goal kicking in touch football. They hand it over on the last, and the touch is made on Mia Rogers. Okay, left-hand side, Balmain.
Just a couple of passes from the Parramatta in the midfield, which are really causing Balmain the problems. They can get up. They're only sending one up, Balmain, and when that happens, Parramatta just passing their way out of trouble and making extra metres, and that's where they get the momentum from. So if Balmain can get a couple of bodies up to help out, but it is hard. Game 3 or 4 of the day, you've got is your energy right there where you need it to be.
Yeah, hard if you're making mistakes too near the halfway line. This basically ensures that Parramatta are soon going to be on your goal line. As Stevens cut out ball, classy. They rushed up. She cut out 2 players, and now Parramatta into the half of Balmain. So this, I've just got a real strong feeling, Ricky, there's a try number 5 coming up here for Parramatta as it goes back away to Olivia Kohler, and they dump it. Kohler's dummy half. She looks to the right-hand side. Here's Parramatta again through Ivanek, and they've got it on the 7. So this is a big couple of touches coming up here for Orange. Long, wild pass away to Kohler. Kohler dumps it. This is off the mark. Was it off the mark? Not square.
Big. I don't know. It was quiet, but the referee was right there on the spot. So I'm happy to go with the referees.
What's the biggest coach killer, you reckon?
7 on still my biggest coach killer. Yeah. It's something no matter what you go, and it doesn't matter if they're under 10s or they're NTL men's opens teams. They still make that mistake every time.
And the penalty's so significant,
it's
isn't it?
Huge.
You're giving up 50. Like it goes from you attacking their line to them attacking yours.
Exactly.
So that's great play. Great play from Yasmin Aloisio, who just kept them up. Now they're knocking on the door heavily here, Parramatta. They do want try number 5. It's currently 4-0, 12.5. So at the midpoint of this match, the sweeper comes around, but the ball just got trapped at dummy half. And a reprieve for Balmain.
Yeah, the number 13 there from Balmain. Emma Walsh has made a nice physical touch, actually, and actually disturbed the play of the ball a little bit, which caused their error at dummy half. And it is a game of touch, but you can get a little bit physical at stage, especially in these 18s games. You get a little bit physical, and it can cause a few errors from the opposition.
Well, Emma Walsh and Lily Race, they're both in the AFL Swans Academy.
Yeah, and actually from Parramatta, there's a couple of girls. Hannah Matthews and Keely Stevens are in the Giants Academy.
Yes.
So they're 2 girls in the Giants Academy as well. So that's what you see at young sports. They're not only good at one, they're good at multiple.
Well, that's great defence from Balmain. It's this young lady who sprinted up to make the touch. Really put the pressure on. I'm just waiting to see. It's a dummy half. It was brilliant work there from Charlotte Riley, who put Parramatta under the pump. And Charlotte, she's on the right-hand side, but now it goes from Lily Doyle, who plonks the ball down. Lily's directing traffic here, and she sends Olivia Carmody to the right-hand side. There goes Olivia Carmody. Balmain with a real chance here. So they sweep around with the old rooster play. And it is through Charlotte Riley. Long ball. Gee, that was a good pass. It was actually too good in the end.
It was too good. It's probably just into the sun too. The sun's setting behind us, and we would have been right in the far-ling size there.
It was into the sun, the catcher, and it was with the wind, the pass, wasn't it? So it was all against the catcher here. Good defence, Balmain.
At 4-0, Balmain could have went away, but they're staying in the contest and really just trying to put a lot of pressure on. But a bit of footwork and a bit of speed just gets Parramatta out of trouble.
Cameron Cardi, gee, she's quick. She was very, very quick. This team here, based on what we've seen, are going to ask some questions of the good teams. Orange is going to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
Sharks were handy.
Yeah, so It's the thing with the 18 girls, she's not sure sometimes, so it'd be very tough competition, the 18 girls and the 18 boys. These tough divisions to win. And so Parramatta, they're looking the goods here after a couple of tough losses this morning, but Balmain are not letting them run away with it here.
Okay, here's Stevens. Stevens takes on the line. Oh, she found the pass back inside to Olivia Kohler. And it was Stevens to Kohler, and it's try time. 5 touchdowns to 0. Parramatta leading the Balmain Tigers.
Yeah, beautiful setup there from Kelly Stevens. Wanted the quickie play, got the Balmain Tigers to jam in on her, and just found a nice little pass to Olivia Kohler. So
we might try and get Peter Langmack up for the concluding stages for a chat if he's. In fact, he won't climb the stairs. He's not in his fitness, Peter.
He likes to be in the box, mate. He's not a very social person during the game, mate.
Here's the sweeper, and that's the 20 coming around. Balmain's a chance. They flick the pass on, but well read for Parramatta. Do you like your sweepers coming from a long way out to be seen, or you like them a bit tighter?
It depends on who it is. Like some players, if they've got great foot speed, doesn't matter which line they want to run. But some, obviously, depending on what it is and what you want out of the sweeper, are you looking to go direct or are you looking to sort of step back? Like, it depends on what they want. And it's just different horses for courses, pretty much.
This young girl, Keely Stevens, been amongst their best, hasn't she, for Parramatta?
Yeah, she has been. She has been for a number of years now. She's really just a really work-it-like player and has her moments where she can get good attack.
So Parramatta again, head upfield. They're just pressing the pass. And this is what you're seeing is Coach Langmack frustrated by that. 5 touchdowns to 0. 9 minutes remaining in this, but as we've mentioned many times, Ricky, it's such a hard battle when you've got all these back-to-back games to keep them completely switched on for the entirety.
Yeah, the 18s are a bit luckier than other divisions. They get to have a game on and maybe a couple of games off, then play again. But still, it's tough, especially the 18s division. It's a lot faster than most of the other divisions out there, and they need a bit of a break. So see how we go, and they just got to stay committed here, the girls.
Well, sometimes having that game breaks a little bit harder because you've got to go through the whole warm-up process again, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Here come Balmain. They're going to answer Balmain. They're going to answer through Emma Walsh. Emma Walsh went through the middle. Emma Walsh plants the ball down, and Balmain are on the board. 8.5 minutes remaining. 5 touchdowns to 1. Balmain get there first.
Yeah, nice passing there from the Balmain girls to sort of put the Parramatta girls in a couple of minds, and really good footwork finish there. Emma Walsh been probably Balmain's best in this game. Been close to their best in both attack and defence, and just a deserved try. But 5-1. Peter Langmack, the coach, Parramatta, will not be quite happy about that finish. He'll be wanting this last 8 minutes to be a lot cleaner, a lot closer than the last sort of 5 minutes has. They sort of took the foot off the pedal a bit at the moment.
So Parramatta, 5 touchdowns to 1. And they set it up through Jackie Sneesby. So Sneesby just hands the ball back off. They're just trying to get the defence up here. So Parramatta, and it is through Olivia Kohler, who dives for the try, but they make the touch.
Yeah, nice defence there from the Balmain girls. Just pulled the short side, clicked the corner. Now Parramatta, what are they going to do? It looks like it's going to kill it on this box side.
Yeah, smart play from Kohler. That's exactly what her tactic was, because if you know anything about the hypotenuse, that hypotenuse is a long way to the box, isn't it?
It's a long way to the box, and here come the Parramatta girls pushing up. Touch 1, they've actually lost a metre. Balmain, but the second touch is a lot better. They're going forward.
If you can get them forward to the box, it's a huge win. They're 3 at the moment. They still haven't properly got to the halfway line. This is touch 4.
One person on at the moment. Here come the rest of the Balmain girls.
This is touch 4. This is going to be touch 5. So they may get the ball inside the half, or maybe just short. This is the last, right? So this is a brilliant defensive set from Parramatta, Ricky. 3 metres short of the halfway line.
Yeah, exactly. Good defensive pressure there from the Parramatta girls, and they should be on the attack. It wouldn't surprise me if they get a try at the back end of this. They've worked hard. They deserve the try after that defensive pressure, but deserving and getting aren't always the same thing, mate.
That's exactly right. This girl's been good too. And this is Ivanak. Olivia Ivanak's been terrific. Oh, here comes Stevens again. Stevens has got the wand out. Stevens goes for the dive, and Stevens gets the try. She's been very, very good, Keely Stevens. Brutal speed. And just dive between them. 6 minutes to go. 6 touchdowns to 1. It's one-way traffic now for Parramatta.
Yeah, that was the defence really set that try up for the Parramatta girls. They were really good in defence. As soon as they got the opportunity to score, they did, and it's a great work from the Parramatta girls. And showing a lot of fight in this game, the girls, so very impressive.
She's got a bit of an injury, I think, here. Young Stevens grabbing an ankle as she comes off. She doesn't look too alarmed by it, though, if you're watching at home and you know Keely Stevens, she looks okay. So anyway, they're setting up a sweep play here, the Tigers, and they're going to get young Stone to sweep around, and Stone, they get the pass away and they flicked it out to Emma Walsh. By the way, Lily and Maddie Stone are sisters, and their cousin is Jess McCall. There you go. Cousins of Jess McCall. So the Tigers, they're looking for their second, and they're going to cut the ball out. Parramatta, I'll tell you what, Ricky, they're going to be 5 minutes away from their first win of the day. It has been a tough day for Parramatta given the draw, but they've answered terrifically well in their final game of the day, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've really come back well. 2 tough games already for the girls in this afternoon session, but having a fight back here and does get a little easier for them tomorrow. They have to play the Griffith girls that we just saw right here against Orange. That'll be a lot easier game for them. But they've got to get through this and place themselves nicely for the finals on Sunday.
Rick, who's on your short list for player of the match in this one?
Keely Stevens and Yasmin Alicia. They're the 2 that have been the best for me. Benchmark.
Well, there they go. Keely Stevens, you wouldn't believe it. She got the pass away, just as you said it, to Cameron Carty. And Cameron Carty for the Parramatta Eels picks up another one. They move to 7. 7 touchdowns to 1. 4.5 minutes to go. Well, she's having a day out, isn't she?
Yeah, Keely's having a day out. She's a really good quality player and just really works hard at the game. And good to see her have a great game this afternoon. She's the hot hand at the moment, and I'd say Parramatta will keep going to her for the last 4 minutes to try and get a few more.
So the Tigers run straight to the wing. So this is a little set play for them. This is their tap-off play. They've hit the winger twice. So how does this one play out here? They hit the winger twice. They go back to the middle, little switch play. And now they've got a sweeper coming around. So this would be something they've practiced a lot in the gala days, etc. Now, yeah, so you're talking before, Ricky, about gala days, and it's a really fine line between showing your hand or wanting to get a sort of mental victory over a team, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think it depends, as I said earlier, the age group depends on that as well. Like, at 16s and 18s, you don't have to show it. You just got to get through the motions, see how you go as a combinations. But obviously, 10s, 12s, and 14s, you got to show everything because you got to see how it works.
Yeah.
With the 16s and 18s, you have a bit more of an idea because you might have played the Vorden Cup, as we said earlier, the Sydney Championship division, or they might have played a number of years together, and you know what the combination is going to be like. And it's just about the polish.
We largely showed our hand, but I've got great respect for Nathan Feen and Wollongong boys. They were joint winners last year. Nice little set play for Parramatta. But when we played them in the Galas days, we sort of kept a few things in the cupboard.
That's what you want to do. Sometimes you just got to keep those things in the cupboard because they do come, especially Sunday afternoon.
2.5 minutes remaining. Parramatta on the attack again. They dive. Tell you what, she's got under there. She's got under and scored the try. Maybe Kohler.
No, Yasmin.
Yasmin Aloisio again.
Yeah, I think it's Yasmin Aloisio again, the club captain for Parramatta. Great little try there. Got a little play on call. The referee obviously called the BALMAIN girls offside, and Yasmin dives at the line for a beautiful touchdown. And they're up and about the girls.
2.5 remaining to get your first win. 8 touchdowns to 1. It's a great response.
Yeah, it's a good game here from the Parramatta girls. They're really showing a really good effort, and they want to finish off. They won't want to let one more in because that'll disappoint Peter Lammack a lot and disappoint the girls. They've been thoroughly dominant and haven't really let BALMAIN into the game too much.
Okay, here they come, BALMAIN. What have they got up their sleeve? Going for the line. It's the number 10. Oh, very, very honest defence. Oh, she's hurt herself. Is that the number 14?
No, it's a 31, Hannah Matthews. She sort of has a bit of a sore wrist and was in doubt actually midweek to play, and then someone else actually hurt themselves at training and was forced to have to play and had to replace another girl late. So, but yeah, I'm sure her hand's all right, but I think she comes straight off to get that looked at and managed.
Well, the player of the match, I think we both agree, is Keely Stevens, and Langmax put the cotton wool on her. He said, you're done for the day, Keely.
Why not?
We've got other assignments coming up tomorrow. So taking off the very, very speedy Olivia Kohler. Now they're down the short side. Now they're back. Oh, I tell you what, she deserved to try, I've got to say. The 21, Olivia Ivanak. Yeah, but the ball got lost.
Nice passing there from the Parramatta girls. Olivia Ivanak to the winger, Piper Watson. Piper just couldn't quite find Olivia back on the inside for a beautiful touchdown. But here they come again, Parramatta, trying to press up, but good footwork from the BALMAIN side, getting out of trouble.
A minute to go in this one. Still more games to come on the streaming. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And well done to New South Wales Touch being able to bring these games in WAGGA into your homes. There's 46 seconds remaining. Right-hand side, BALMAIN, they're looking for a consolation. They're now inside the 7. They've got him under the pump. Here's the dummy half, has to pass. Oh, the winger went infield. And you can appreciate why she did. If she stays out, she may have had a try there, Isabella Murray, but it wasn't the case. And with 30 seconds remaining, congratulations to the Parramatta Eels, Ricky. 8 touchdowns to 1.
Yeah, very good game from the Parramatta girls, but I'm sure some teams will use this live stream of this game of Parramatta and the Orange game earlier to sort of identify some some opposite weak links. So coaches use this live stream as well as the parents at home who can't get here. But there'll be a few teams watching this afternoon seeing what Parramatta and Orange had to offer this afternoon.
Yeah, Parramatta sweeping onto the field. There's only 4 seconds to go. We're going to go razzle-dazzle. We've actually got a sec. Oh, away she goes. Oh, yes. Cameron Carty goes. Away she goes and punctuates this game in fine style. Parramatta 9 defeat the Balmain Tigers 1. Well done, Ricky.
Lovely finish there from Cameron Carty. It was a great game. Great work from Parramatta and really getting the first win on the board in the tournament. It was good for him.
Congratulations on your call, Ricky. All the best for the Parramatta 16 boys, mate.
You too, Jolie. Thanks, mate. It's been a pleasure and good luck with your boys this weekend and the rest of the clan you've got to watch all throughout the day tomorrow.
Coming up next on the live streaming, it's Griffith taking on WAGGA in the under-18 girls. So look forward to that. To everyone at home, we appreciate your company and stay with us right here on New South Wales Touch, the live streaming.
New South Wales Touch do require your cooperation to ensure these grounds remain pristine. So we ask that each club please at their respective area for a good stone body.
Parramatta are done on board.
You're going home. Hey, which pub do you go to?
referees, ready? Players, spectators and referees, additionally a message from the canteen, all hot food is now $1. That is, all hot food is now $1 from the canteen underneath the clubhouse.
Harry's on red. He's gone. Star Wars on.
Thanks, go quick.
The referee. Now, what's happening? I'm still set up.
Up the other end, mate. He's going, ooh.
Yeah, go sit behind him.
All spectators, players and referees, the campaign is closing at 6 p.m. All hot food is now $1. That is the campaign closing at 6 p.m. All hot food is now $1.
Yeah, you have to go the main one. Let's go, Taj. Stand up for it. Play one of the sand. Keep the PG up there.
For the final game today, please move to your next field and games will be commencing in 5 minutes. Additionally, we would like to thank all players, clubs, referees, club volunteers, medical, volunteers, New South Wales captain and spectators. You are simply the best.
I had messages. Late scratching. No, we contacted all the managers and coaches if the affiliate coordinator hadn't contacted. It's a bit. The Wagga numbers. Yeah, it's easier, I like it. Well, the screen, the thing about the screen is it's actually on time. I said, like, it'd be good if it was a couple of, like, maybe 10 seconds delayed. So if something happens, you can have a bit of a look.
When I was coaching CFA, they did have that. It's the best. I went back to it and you can watch it. It's delayed. It's unreal.
It's just like if we can see it.
Fucking hate it.
Players and referees, 90 seconds until tap-off.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Jubilee Park, Wagga Wagga, for the final game of the day. The Griffith Stars taking on the Wagga Wagga Vipers. Joined in commentary by a very special guest, Mr. Paul Sphere. Susie.
Hello, Nate.
How you going?
Mate. Yeah, great. Beautiful day. Great day in Wagga. And obviously the local, the favourite team. So it'll be good to see how they go.
The crowd's still streaming in the gate here. Non-ticketed event. Probably unfortunate for some. They've streamed through some school uniforms. There's many people here. It's good to see. They had a big crowd earlier in the day, the locals, as they wound up a score of 9-1 against the Balmain Tigers.
That's a good victory, because Balmain have been predominantly strong in the 80s. That's a very good victory.
And here we go from the tap-off, and Penny straight away. It's almost carnage for the Stars from the tap-off.
Yeah, they caught him napping there.
Claudia Wheatley showed some toe
down the wing, and Penny will go to dummy half, and she'll give the ball away, and they'll go to static here, I think, Paul, and Penny now gets it back, and she steps, and she dives.
I think the link got her. Yeah, good touch.
Good defence by the Stars, and Penny will get the ball back, and she'll work with Saffron Robertson, and the ball will go down, and Penny will get it. She'll step. There's a lot of space there. They've gone back too far, Paul.
Yeah, ball down. She just took a step too long. But she could have passed that and got a try too, so either way. Yeah, good start there.
It's a good quick start by the Vipers, as you said. And how's your day been, mate? I know you've been wandering the field. You've been seeing some of the young talent out and about.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, considering what we've been through the last couple of years, it's been good. Very controlled, which is nice to see.
Said that early in the day. The first couple of games, there's a little bit of dew on the fields at the 8 o'clock and 8:30 time slot, and then once it got warm, it's been some pretty open touch.
Yeah, and there's been a bit of a breeze, so it hasn't been as hot as I think the next 2 days is forecast. Extremely hot. So.
That's the Stars go on the attack, and that's the 6th turnover, says the referee. Might be Chuck Norris out there refereeing the last game of the day, and the Vipers, and we saw that. Look at the intensity. They just go straight through, and there's Jessica Wendt. She's up over halfway, well and truly, and the Vipers just like that go on the attack as Buddafant there goes to dummy half, and she'll give the ball away to Wheeler, and Wheeler will stand and go, and there's Reynoldson. Reynoldson picks it up. Looking, she goes long. Great ball, Paul, as you said. And Layla Wadley picks up the second try in as many sets for the Vipers.
I was watching WAGGA warm up, and they just were having a bit of a laugh and fun. They're very relaxed. Their coach, it's good to see. They're very, very relaxed in their warm up, singing and dancing, and then they come out and they turn it on. It's actually good.
Saw you dancing as well, Paul, earlier. So they're not the only ones. The Vipers getting a bit of boogie in.
Mate, last time I danced out here, 30 years ago.
As the Griffith Stars go on the attack down the short side, looking to steal one and get one back. It's 2-0 here at Jubilee Park, and the facility, Paul, what's your thoughts? Wagga Council done an outstanding job.
Absolutely, I'd say, the fields, everything, from parking, just everything's really great here. I came to Wagga for the first time last year, and it's just beautiful,
Vipers head up there. Nathan, the head groundsman here, he's done a great job, and the field's in great nick, and the Vipers will...
And the stadium field's just got a great feel about it too, so come semi-final, grand final, will be great to play here.
No doubt there'll be some atmosphere and some good defence there by the Stars. Sophia Kelsey knocking the ball down there, and Evan Robertson, very experienced coach. He's the former regional director of Suns, and they're in. Penny's going to go for the line, and
good touch.
Another good touch from Lara Rossetto.
Obviously, they do a lot of the attack around Penny. I'd love to see her just look up there and pass it. It would have been a dead set try.
Penny again, she picks it up and she looks up this time, but there's nowhere to go as man on down the short side. And as you said, it's probably one thing that probably just lacks a little bit in these higher divisions as they're young, and probably a little bit out of whack given we've had 12 months out of the game.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing we've got to think about. A lot of these girls wouldn't have played for a while. I would love to see Griffith. They're just backpedaling. I'd love to see him move up a bit more. So,
as Griffith get up near halfway and last touch, and definitely trying hard. It's just not finding a little bit hard. The Vipers, as we mentioned before, they've got some good intent. They play with intensity whilst they might have been dancing and singing and whatnot in the warm-up. They've come out and they've started this game really, really quickly, and the Stars are just they're going to do well to keep with them here at 2-0 after 4.5 minutes.
And it's all started from domination in that middle third. So, as you can see, Griffith, I don't think have actually even attacked the line yet, and they've just dominated them in defence and attack by moving forward.
As you said, the game very much in that middle third. And Ricky and I were talking this morning. Oh, they're in. Oh, it's a good touch.
Yeah, good touch.
Ricky and I were talking this morning about the dew and the way it was on the field, and it was sort of like a football shape left in the middle from the way the teams now, it's every set of 6, they feel like they need to go to the box. And it's, I suppose part of it is the fact that Doyleson, the way they brought in the latch and whatnot at the end of it, became a try scoring opportunity. But I think the old Arrows gets a little bit lost. We saw it. I think it was actually West earlier today. The one set that they chose to actually go forward, they scored off the back of it and just developed momentum. It's the players just sort of sucking up for a couple of sets and getting forward, Paul.
Yeah, I think a lot of people try and copy that, and when you're good at it, the teams that are trying to copy it aren't going to be as good. And these days, people are just trying to defend. We've got strategies to defend the sub-box. So,
as the Stars making a break up.
I'm very old school.
Yep.
I love the Arrows down that middle.
The old 45s and...
Yeah, and you do have a sub-box, so I think it's a bit of variation. I think, you've got to respect it all.
Well, that's the point we're making, the fact that there was literally, and this would have been about 4 minutes to go before full time, that there was, in that middle of the field, there was that football shape that no one had just tucked the ball under their arm. And as you said, you're a bit old school, and, my coaching is very basic, and I love nothing more than, if you got fresh players, why not suck one up and just tuck it under the arm and let's just get up the other end of the field. And as you said, Griffith they haven't been up near the line yet. That's what they could probably look to do, just tuck it under the arm, and here they go now going forward.
Yeah, and as you can see, that Griffith defence, they set and they get up. They're not rolling. The WAGGA defence. They just set and they get up. And it's last, and you can see they're still 15 out.
And they'll spread the ball wide, and probably not going to find a way through. Reynoldson gets across there and makes the touch, and 2-0, 7 minutes in, the Vipers, they'll go again, and you wouldn't believe it, Paul, they're heading off to the box.
Yeah, where they come.
And the winger, Wheatley with the ball, and she scored a couple of tries in the last game that they played here on the stadium as Saffron Robertson gives it away to Penny. Penny's back on the field for him. She'll scoot and look for a player, and she gives the ball away. They've got the overlap here, but she'll go down. Penny, there's in a ruck, will play on from that, good refereeing, and Penny's away. She's opened him up, and they've thrown it over the top, basketball-like.
Great basketball pass there.
It's another try, just some footwork, and the Griffith Stars, just as you said before, they were backpedaling and they couldn't do anything about that there with Penny showing a clean pair of heels.
Yeah, it was good work by the referee there to play the advantage. He could have easily given the penalty, and it led to a try. Great dump there.
So Paul obviously coached for a very long time and at a very elite level. Back in Friday, so how would Wagga obviously a lot of momentum in this game, and they seem to be doing it with a little bit of ease at the moment. What would be your conversation to your big players? Are you resting players? Are you pulling players out? What's your strategy at the back end of a Friday, knowing that there's 2 big games, big days to go?
Yeah, to me it would be just about defence, keeping the processes going. The least amount of mistakes we make, the more energy we save. So you just want to keep rolling into it. You know what I mean? They've got a 3-0 lead. I wouldn't be over-exerting myself, but just keeping our rhythm going. Defence keep getting up.
Just sticking to those real basics, keeping your structures and your policies intact and just getting by. That's the way to do it.
Let's finish Friday with hopefully a 0 against our name in defence. That would be the first thing I would do.
And the Vipers at the moment are sticking to that, and they'll go forward and spread it wide to pass. And probably one thing there would be trying to just lock in that drive as well. As here they go, they've created some space. And there's seen a lot of sides today. They've been getting to the box and just sort of struggling through the transition. And that's probably something where if you're in Wagga's positions, they pick it up. Oh, and there's Griffith. She goes through. She's looking. She's got options. And there it is. Jessica Wendt, nicknamed Tangles. She gets on the board and they extend their lead to 4.
That was a great scoop because the defender, when she made the touch, she turned her back and she lost sight of, I think it was number 12, Cleo, and that's a great scoop to getting going and set up that try.
Yeah, Budafant there with a clean pair of heels. She got through and quite quick, this Wagga side, and as you said, once she turned it back, it was pretty much all she wrote. It was just a matter of finding that option, and that's a thing here with Wagga. We're talking about the intensity. It definitely hasn't dropped from the Vipers. That drive through the box into the strike dump was done very, very cleanly.
Correct, yeah. I just love their shape in defence at the moment, Nate. They're just working as a team, going up in 2s and setting, and then just...
There's the Stars. And there you go again, as you said. There's no testing there. They were very, very calm and did not move off the line. And handled that with ease. And look at this driving set. Oh,
Well, that's the first mistake they've made, so you can forgive it.
and we're just over 10 minutes into the game, and we've seen first error on the drive. It's great to see, and we got
That's off the mark.
it's a good call by the referee, and the referees, Paul, they've done a great job so far today. It's, as you said, it's a little bit cooler, which has been great for them. I'm sure they're appreciative of that. They've done a great job today.
Oh, they'll start getting yelled at tomorrow and Sunday, mate. So today's an easier day normally.
It's good to see here. We've got a lot of the current the junior tournament, of course, and we've got a lot of David Baggio here doing a little bit of refereeing, coaching on the sideline, and probably watching the hometown team of the Vipers as well.
Well, he's a hometown boy. He's a hometown boy. He's a Wagga boy. So he's come back to home here.
And they're in again over in the corner is Reynoldson. She picks it up and creates some space, and there's Layla Wadley collecting another.
Talking about Dave Badger, he's come back from a serious injury, so he's back to full strength. So, yeah, he's ready to run Tommy Boy Nationals. Will be 100%. So he's had to work hard to get back to full strength.
That'll be good. And then Nationals, Paul, have you got a role going into Nationals, or are you just taking it easy? What's your situation
going up,
there?
and I'll be just IDing for the New South Wales Women's Opens, just selecting our squad, our final squad. So, yeah. Obviously, after losing Origin again, mate, we've got a very, very big job to do come August.
Yeah, it's obviously one that stings. And still stings now. So it was a tough, hard-fought series, and just couldn't get the biscuits in the end.
Anytime you lose to Queensland, it's just the hardest thing in the world.
And for State Cup, what do you roll? West and Suburbs, of course.
West Women's, hopefully we can avenge our loss 2 years ago to Manly. Hopefully we're ready to go that next step. No excuses. We're ready.
How's your squad? Obviously, getting deferred. Is it changed at all? Have you lost any players with the?
No,
with
very
deferred?
lucky.
That's
I've taken the same 14. They work extremely hard, and as long as they keep the fitness, which they do, the girls are very professional. So yeah, we're touch wood, we're unchanged.
Well, that's good to hear, mate. It's good to hear going forward. All the best for that come March, the weekend of the 26th. I'm sure we'll have many more viewers online, and no doubt the West girls will probably end up on the stadium at some stage. So
hopefully the final day, mate. That's the important one.
Hopefully that'll be it. That'll be the goal. And as we head to 5-0, with just over 12 minutes to go, and Griffith Stars are trying hard as Evo Katazarati gets up off the line and pushes them sideways, and the Thunder, there's the captain, Hayley Watson, she'll get the quickie, and there's Cleo again picking up, and she's quick, but the basketball doesn't work that time for her.
I'm very impressed with this Wagga team. Coached really well. I like their temperament. I like everything they do. Really, can't wait till they play the strongest. I'll see how they really shape up.
And I think that's the thing. I think looking at this side and the way they're playing, we've spoken about the momentum, and do you rest players? Do you just try and give your players in your pods less time, etc., and your dominant players? But I think the way their momentum is at the moment, you wouldn't change a thing, would you?
No,
you just keep driving forward.
And if they've done the work, if they're fit and they've done the work, like I said, they can just cruise through these next 8 minutes.
11 minutes.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion. As I said before about the box set, I said that's not the first time we've seen it today, and definitely not. I think it's the first time for the Wagga girls we've seen it. But a lot of the 18s boys earlier in the day, their transitions, I think it's that game, probably the lack of game time and game play that they've had. That it's just sort of they got to the box and we had the seven on, and we had the holding up of no acting half, and I think that's something that I think Evan, he's just talking to the girls now about it here on the sideline, that it's just something they just want to clean up and just get a little bit smoother through that transition.
You think over the course of the next 2 days that will definitely happen. So. But there's always congestion around that sub box. So everyone's always looking for 7 on from the other side.
Yeah, well, we spoke about that this morning. Ricky and I were on coverage the first 3 games. I think in the first 3 games we had about 8 penalties, and we're talking about maybe not a conspiracy, but maybe the echoed thoughts of the referee coaches going in, and there we had a cast of thousands going early, and there was plenty of penalties for the 7 on, which is always a good momentum killer when the referees go back for that.
I think over the last couple of years, I've got to give the referees a lot of credit. They've really, because there was people going on so early, and they've really policed it a lot better with the sideline ref hanging back. So it's good work.
We say that as Ashley Reynoldson streaks away down the sideline. If you get a chance to look at that again, she kicked away and got to the 10 and put some metres on. And there's another try for the Vipers. And as you said, I think from now, I think they might be just heading into, if they haven't already gone into cruise control against the Griffith Stars.
And again, that Griffith defence, unfortunately, they just keep rolling back. And if you roll back, eventually you're just going to get taken around that sort of, the back end.
Oh, there's a knee in there. Oh,
yeah, got away with that.
It's 6-0. You'd be hoping to get one swing your way, I think there. And but it doesn't, and the Vipers go again. And
that's what they need more of, just shooting up there and putting pressure on them.
As they go towards the line here, that's the Rooster play for Penny, and there's space again. And there you go, Paul. You called it.
Yeah, I was looking for
Someone's listening to you, mate. They've got it there. She's looked up.
Well, you can see she's a very good player, and she knows how to get away to the try line. But just to see her play eyes up footy there and pass it, that's encouraging.
Well, as you said it earlier. It's been no more than 10 minutes ago about just looking at that, and that's all it took.
Georgia Pinney.
Run the Rooster play, and Georgia Pinney.
If she moves to Sydney, I tell you what, there'll be a few clubs after her, eh?
I think so. We were talking about that earlier with a couple of players that were from the country, and no doubt the talent IDs will be out watching, and it's what the coverage does for everyone at home. They can tune in and watch their family and friends, which one of the best things about the sport, isn't it, Paul?
It is. It is with this.
As they go again.
I know a lot of my mates would love to. I'm surprised they mustn't be watching, because right now I would have had about 20 missed calls.
No doubt all positive comments, I would say.
Nothing's positive with my friends.
As Millie Lucas dumps the ball, and they take off again, and here's Buddaford. She's through, and she's looking. Millie Lucas, interception. That's great hands. Great hands by Alana Starr for the Stars in action, and here they go, a bit of momentum.
I love the lines that Cleo's running when she's scooping. She just really works that offside defender. Something that I would love to see senior players learn, where she's not running sideways. Working that offside play would be beautiful.
The technical side of the game with the footage, and obviously it's probably advanced a long way from a few years ago with the amount of video work and analysis that gets done. And I know that there's a lot of the Premier League teams now that really break down literally step by step, play by play, and how the game is these days. And you compare that to, and I don't mind saying, the way Hornsby play, where it's not technical at all. You just throw the ball and hope your mate's there and hope your mate's trusting on the inside. And there's a massive difference between the way clubs go, but most clubs, I would say, is very technical in the footage and the way they break it down.
They are. Look, if you try and play like Hornsby, you're going to lose every time. Like, they're just brilliant. They're brilliant at what they do, but they've still got a great understanding with each other. The way they defend, the way they attack.
It's almost like a sixth sense, isn't it? Like
yeah,
they just turn and they know they can throw passes that, that no one else could. And they've gone through here, have they, the Stars? They've almost had something to cheer about, but yeah, they just, as you said, we're just watching them. There's not a team anyone likes. You don't like playing them in the big games, but you love watching them in the big games. And
they just believe no matter how many tries they lead, they're going to score more than you. So, like I know when we used to coach against them, it was about we have to defend. If we don't defend, we're not going to win.
Well, they've got so much strike power, like you've seen even with Dylan. Dylan sort of hasn't been as at the forefront the last few years, and the way the Kennelly boys have stood up, like the Kennelly boys in the last 2 years, and they're like a nice bottle of red, Paul. They're just getting better with age.
Yeah, they are. Oh, she's through again.
Oh, there's Cleo Buddaford. She puts the foot down. She goes from first to third and just cruises to the line. And the home crowd, big round of applause here from all the spectators at the Jubilee Park. And that lead extends to 8.
Maybe it's time to give her a bit of a rest. She's done some Ks in this game.
She has, hasn't she? As you said, she's picking up scooping. She's got a finger in every pie at the moment. And it might be time to give her a breather. And as you might be able to hear in the sound, the effects mics. The wind's just picked up here again at Jubilee Park, and as you mentioned before, the conditions, it makes it nice and comfortable in the lead up. We spoke about setting up. It was quite warm, and as you said, it's expected to be hot the next couple of days, so the teams might appreciate the It's definitely not a sea breeze by any stretch, but
it's nice. Any breeze in Wagga is a good breeze.
As they go, the Griffith Stars.
I mean, I know Griffith are losing 8-0, but I love that they haven't given up. They're chasing and they're still trying. I mean, obviously they're struggling at the moment. So they're completing their sets and they're giving it their all. So, you know, you've got to give them credit.
Well, definitely, yes, Alana Corro, as you said, they're just getting off the line here and showing some enthusiasm, which at this stage of the game and of the day, you know, they'd be fatigued. It'd be very easy to turn around and throw the toys out of the cot, but they're turning around, they're going forward, they're still making metres, and they're probably just missing that little bit of experience out of this side. You know, Wagga Wagga have played together for a few years. There's a lot of players that have been here since under 10s and 12s, and they've built up, and that's where a lot of the clubs, you know, the successful clubs in the Junior State Cup is most of those sides don't change from year to year. They go through and you add the one or two players, but they're usually the best sides.
Correct. Well, here we go, there's a chance.
And they go, the Stars, and unfortunately Alana Star couldn't handle that one, but the ball's picked up by Lara Rossetto, and she'll charge up off the line and try and make the touch, and there's no touch there, and it was a bit of, I thought you had her, and maybe not, and there's Claudia Wheatley.
Yeah, I think there was no communication there with the link in the wing, unfortunately.
Yeah, Tessie Muller and Lara Rossetto there, just a case, and we've all done it. We've all been guilty of it. I've done it many times. We're still doing it now as we play the local comp, and it still happens.
I would have blamed the other one. It was never my fault.
And the lead goes to 9 for the Vipers, and as you said, I think the message from the coach, Evan Robertson, will just be keep it to 0. It's always nice to hear from some old friends that are tuning in.
Oh, yeah. It's good to see they're watching. Jason, former Australian captain, Jason Zabilio. He actually gave me a compliment. That's why I wanted to put his name in there. I don't get many of them.
Well, there you go. So if you are watching and if you give Paul a compliment, he'll give you a quick shout out here. You've got 2.5 minutes to get a compliment in. And as the Vipers, as that wind picks up even more, go forward. They get near the 10. And
their drive has been great, hasn't it? Like, they're just really fluent. But look at it. I mean, she's getting up there. That's good work. But they're turning their back, which is a no-no.
Evie Brand getting off the line and up in touch. Abby Brill's turning to make, and Abby Brill makes a touchdown. The ball's picked up. There's Penny again. She's been dangerous. They've got the overlap, but great touch on that wing. Abby Federigo with a great touch there. And as you said, Paul, they by no means have thrown in the towel at all. They're still giving it their all.
I'd like to see him show a bit of here, ticker, maybe try not to let him get to 10. There's 2 minutes to go. Maybe even get a try.
Oh, not square. It's a coach killer and probably a little bit stiff at this stage.
Well, there's only 4 girls on. I hope they realise that. Yeah, come on, girls, come on. They've got numbers here.
I think it was actually Balmain earlier, Paul, that you wouldn't believe it, that they were that focused, and this is what brought the conversation about going to that sub box. They all went off. Someone dropped the ball at dummy half, and they had 2 on the field, and pretty sure it was the Wagga Wagga Vipers. They just jumped on the ball and went 1, 2, 3, 4 pass, and that was all she wrote.
Isabel, good try saver there as a second effort, Isabel. She went around the back and saved a good try.
And Robertson with the ball.
See him hang in there. Oh, turn your back.
And they go, big dive for the line, and there's a touch made.
She's done it again.
Isabel Burge.
That's her second one.
With a great touch. Penny with the ball and a little bit of a dance.
Yeah, unfortunately that's a penalty.
Yeah, part of 7 metres, you've got to move forward, and they spread it wide. They've got the numbers and the big dummy over top. A good scramble by the Stars. They're hanging in there, and there we go. Long ball, and
that's good vision there. It's a good pass.
It's a great pass, and the Vipers, they're setting themselves up well for tomorrow morning. There's no doubt about that, Paul. As we get into the last 30-odd seconds, a 10-0 win against the Stars is going to be exactly what they wanted, and the coaching staff will be wrapped, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Wagga tomorrow in action, and obviously Sunday. I'm sure they'll be there Sunday. You know, they've showed a lot here. They've showed a lot as a local team. That could be a hope.
And let's get a quick tip before we go. We don't know if we'll see you again tomorrow. We may sneak you on here at some stage. 18s boys and 18s girls. Who's your tip for the grand final?
Hey, look, I think it's pretty open. I think a few of the teams have lost players, so I think it's pretty open. I actually after watching Wagga today, I actually could see them maybe causing an upset, maybe in some people's eyes. But yeah, you're going to have Hills and I think Penrith and Parramatta and BALMAIN. I think they're the main. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm very impressed with Wagga. Very impressed.
And the 18s boys?
18s boys. Again, it's who's it out there? Penrith looked like but they did lose 2 players, unfortunately, I think.
Yeah, I've heard about that with Ison's injured. That's all. So who's your tip, mate? Let's get off that fence. I know West at heart. Is it hard or head?
Look, West, we're missing a few players. They're going okay, but I'd probably say Penrith. And in the women's, I'm going to... Is there any money? Can we bet?
Going to get on the...
I think Wagga will be a good fight. Going
to get on the Viper train, and that's all we've got time for. Paul, thanks for your time. Thanks for giving up your time. I know you could have headed back to the accommodation, but thank you very much for sticking around. And
always enjoyable.
Great insight. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we've got time for. We'll see you tomorrow morning live from Jubilee Park, Wagga. Until then, stay safe. Goodbye.
If you're in pristine condition this morning, it'd be great to see them in that way and manner for us to utilise them again tomorrow. There are bins provided by New South Wales Touch for your convenience, so we ask you please put your rubbish in these bins.